It was my birthday, and right when I was about to cut the cake, my husband's sister Olivia interrupted and said, "You don't deserve to be the center of attention." My husband, Ryan, just shrugged. "She's just joking," he said. I smiled. "Well then," I replied, "she's going to love my joke too." She didn't. Her face turned pale real quick. I'm 34, and I've been married to Ryan, who's 36, for 8 years. We live in Chicago, and for a long time, I thought our marriage was solid, not perfect, but I was happy, or so I thought. The only real issue was his sister, Olivia, who's 38. Olivia always had to be the star. If I had good news, she had better news. If I got something new, she had to get something fancier. If I achieved something, she'd find a way to make it seem small. At first, I didn't worry too much. Some people are just like that, but over time, it got worse. At our wedding, she announced her own engagement. That relationship didn't last. When I got promoted at work, she hijacked the dinner by saying she might go back to school, which she never did. Every time I brought it up, Ryan brushed it off. "That's just how Olivia is," he'd say. "She jokes." But it got too far. Last month, we threw a small birthday dinner for me. I'd had a hard year, so Ryan suggested keeping it simple. I liked the idea and was genuinely happy. Everything was going great, until Olivia struck again. Right as I was about to cut the cake, she stood up and said, "Isn't it funny how we're making such a big deal about turning 34? That's not exactly impressive." Everyone chuckled awkwardly. Then she added, "But you know what is impressive? Creating life. I'm pregnant." People gasped and congratulated her. I just stood there, holding the cake knife. "Ryan?" He shrugged. "She's just joking." That was it. My birthday was now about her, again. But I didn't get mad. Not really. I just smiled, because I knew something she didn't. 3 weeks before, Ryan had left his laptop open. I wasn't snooping, but I saw an email pop up. A bank transfer, $2,500 sent to Olivia. I thought it was weird, so I looked into it. What I found made me sick. There were bank transfers every month for a year, thousands of dollars, and texts between Ryan and Olivia, including, "Olivia, what if she finds out?" "Ryan, we'll just say the baby isn't mine." "Olivia, she won't. Just don't say anything." That's when I realized, Olivia wasn't just annoying, she was sleeping with my husband, and the baby, his. I didn't cry, I just sat there, shocked. Then I got up and walked out of the house. After wandering around for a while, I made a decision. I wasn't going to scream, I wasn't going to beg. I was going to destroy them. So I hired a private investigator. He got me everything: photos, messages, receipts, hotel visits, dates, gifts, a full weekend getaway. I printed it all and put it in a folder. Then I waited. I waited for Olivia to do what she always does, steal the spotlight. And when she did, at my birthday party, I made my move. I raised my glass and said, "Wow, Olivia, a baby? That's amazing, especially since the father is already married." Dead silence. Her smile vanished. Ryan turned ghost white. Then I pulled out my phone and played a recording. The room exploded. Olivia gasped. Ryan stuttered. His mom looked like she was going to faint. And I just stood there, calm, in control. For once, I had the spotlight. Ryan tried to act confused. Olivia called me crazy. I didn't flinch. I pulled out the folder and dropped it on the table. "If I'm lying," I said, "go ahead and look." People gathered around. My best friend Rachel opened it and gasped. "Oh my God." Ryan tried to grab it, but Rachel stopped him. "Sit down," she said, and he actually did. Rachel started reading. Hotel receipts, transfers, texts. The room went dead silent again, but this time it wasn't shock, it was disgust. Ryan's mom pulled her hand off Olivia like she'd touched something dirty. "Tell me this isn't true," she whispered. Olivia couldn't say a word. Ryan looked at me and shouted, "Why would you do this?" I laughed. "Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan, was I supposed to let you keep sleeping with your sister?" More gasps. A glass dropped. Ryan turned red. "Lower your voice," he hissed. Olivia finally spoke. "You don't understand, Ryan and I." She stopped herself. She knew she'd said too much. Then she ran. She shoved through the crowd and bolted out the door. Ryan ran after her. I turned to the room. "So, cake, anyone?" Nervous laughs. Rachel clapped me on the back. Ryan's mom started crying. She collapsed into a chair, sobbing. "Oh my God." Rachel patted her. "Need water, or maybe a therapist?" Ryan's dad, who'd been quiet, stood up, grabbed his coat, and said, "I'm going to kill him." He meant it. I followed him outside just in time to hear Olivia yelling. "You idiot, how did you let her find out?" Ryan was pacing. "She must have been snooping." I stepped forward. "Nope, you just left your laptop open, genius." They turned to me, shocked. "And Ryan's dad?" He didn't say a word. He just punched Ryan, hard. Ryan dropped to the ground, blood everywhere. It was beautiful. After that, everything went crazy. Olivia screamed, Ryan groaned, neighbors called the police, and 2 cop cars showed up. One officer asked what happened. Ryan, still on the ground. "My dad hit me." "Richard, his dad?" "Yep." The cop blinked. "Why?" I stepped in. "Because my husband was sleeping with his own sister." The officer looked like he might throw up. Jesus Christ. Olivia started crying fake tears. "It's not what it looks like." One cop just sighed. "I don't even know what's going on," Ryan said, his shirt covered in blood. Just get me out of here." The police looked at him, then at Richard, and sighed. "Sir, we'll have to arrest you for hitting him." Richard didn't argue, he just nodded, but before they could put handcuffs on him, Linda came running outside, crying hard. "Please don't arrest him," she begged, barely able to stand. Rachel had to hold her up. One of the officers, clearly tired of the situation, said, "If Ryan doesn't press charges, we can just let it go." Ryan, still on the ground, mumbled, "I just want to go home." The officer turned to Richard. "Is that okay with you?" Richard shrugged. "I already wasted a punch on this loser, that's enough." So the police left. Ryan and Olivia got into Ryan's car and drove off. And me? I walked back inside, picked up the cake knife, and served myself the biggest slice I could, because the best part? This wasn't over yet. The night should have ended there. I should have felt satisfied after exposing them, but something didn't feel right. Ryan and Olivia had left too quietly. No yelling, no lies, no blaming, just a fast escape. That wasn't like them. Ryan always needed the last word, and Olivia? She lived for drama, but tonight, she just walked out. That worried me. And I was right to be worried. The next morning, I woke up to over 50 missed calls and a dozen messages. At first, I thought it was about the party, but then I saw a message from my boss. "Call me ASAP, we need to talk." My heart dropped. I called right away. "Hey, is everything okay?" I asked. His voice was cold. "We got an email about you this morning. Actually, several emails." "What?" I asked, panicking. "Someone sent HR a bunch of stuff, screenshots, photos, accusations." "What kind of accusations?" He paused. "Sexual harassment, embezzlement, bullying. They even included a fake statement from a former coworker." I felt like I couldn't breathe. "That's not true, that's insane." "I believe you," he said, "but we have to follow protocol. You're on leave while we investigate." My hands were shaking. Who would do this? Then it hit me. Olivia. Of course it was her. She wasn't trying to win, she just wanted me to suffer. But she wasn't the only one who could play dirty. That afternoon, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I almost ignored it, but I picked up. "Hello?" A quiet voice. "Is this your name?" "Yes, who's this?" "My name is Melanie. I used to be Olivia's best friend. We need to talk." "What about?" She took a deep breath. "I know everything about Olivia and Ryan." I met Melanie that evening. She looked exhausted, like life had worn her down, but she didn't waste time. "Olivia is toxic," she said, "and I know what she did to you, but trust me, she's done worse." "Like what?" She told me everything. Olivia once got a friend fired by planting drugs in her car and calling the police. The friend lost her job. Another time, she faked having a stalker and blamed an ex. She even tried to blackmail her own mom. Then came the biggest shock. "This isn't the first time she's done this," Melanie said. "What do you mean?" 3 years ago, she had an affair with another married man. When his wife found out, Olivia made up lies about her, just like she's doing to you. What happened to that woman? She lost everything, her job, her reputation. She moved away. Olivia won. I felt sick. "Why are you helping me?" Melanie looked me in the eyes. Because Olivia finally screwed me over too, and now, I want her to burn. I went home, shaking with anger, but focused. This wasn't just about me anymore. Olivia was dangerous, she had to be stopped. So I called the private investigator. I want everything you can find on Olivia, I told him, all of it. You got it, he said. Then I called Richard, Ryan's dad. Richard, I said calmly, want to help me bring down Ryan and Olivia? He didn't hesitate. Tell me what to do. After that, everything moved fast. The PI found legal records, past scams, and proof that Olivia had been sued before for lying about people. Melanie helped too. She reached out to Olivia's old friend, the one Olivia tried to frame with drugs. That woman agreed to talk, and when I heard her full story, I knew what I had to do. It was time to end this. We set up a trap. Richard convinced Linda, Ryan and Olivia's mom, to host a family meeting at her house. We made it sound like a way to talk things through and make peace. Ryan and Olivia agreed to come. They had no idea what was waiting for them. That night, the air was tense. Ryan and Olivia walked in, pretending everything was fine. Olivia wore her usual smug smile, like she still thought she could talk her way out of anything. She was wrong. Olivia had no idea she was walking straight into a trap. Richard sat at the head of the table, looking angry. Linda looked exhausted, with red eyes from crying. Rachel and Melanie sat beside me, ready to support me, and across from us were Olivia and Ryan. The storm was about to hit. Richard started, we need to talk about what you two have done. Ryan sighed, Dad, come on, this is ridiculous. Olivia crossed her arms, what do you want from me? I leaned in, we want the truth. Olivia scoffed, you already know the truth. Ryan and I are together, you need to get over it. I smiled, oh, Olivia. I wasn't talking about that truth. Then I pulled out a stack of papers and put them on the table. This, I said, flipping through them, proves you've been framing people, ruining lives, and destroying reputations for years. Everyone here is about to hear who you really are. Olivia's smug face dropped. What is this? This is, she snapped, her voice getting high and shrill. I turned to Melanie, tell them. Melanie took a deep breath and looked right at Olivia. You framed me for drug possession, Olivia. You planted drugs in my car because I started dating your ex, and you wanted to ruin my life. Linda gasped. Olivia froze. Melanie went on. Then there was Leah. You accused her of harassment at work. She lost everything because of you. Olivia's hands started shaking. That's not true, she shouted. I slammed down the last paper, then explained this. It was a police report from when Olivia was 18. She had falsely accused a teacher of inappropriate behavior because he gave her a bad grade. Richard jumped up, his chair scraping the floor. You did what? Olivia's face went pale. It's not. She turned to Ryan. Ryan, say something. Ryan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked at the papers, then at Olivia, and for the first time, I saw fear in his eyes. You did this? He whispered. Olivia's panic exploded. So what? She screamed. So what if I did? I survived. They deserved it. That was it. Olivia had sealed her fate. Ryan stepped back like he'd been slapped. His face went white. Oh my God, he whispered. I believed you. He ran his hands through his hair, shaking his head. I ruined my life for you. Olivia's eyes widened. Ryan, no. You love me. You said we were in this together. Ryan took a step back. No. You used me. You used everyone. I ruined my marriage for you. Olivia lunged at him, grabbing his arms. Ryan, please. But Ryan pushed her off like she was poison. Stay away from me, he whispered. Then he turned to me. I am so sorry. It should have made me feel better. It didn't. You don't get to be sorry, I said. He looked down, broken, defeated. I have nothing left, he whispered. And I didn't feel bad. Not at all. The fallout was fast and harsh. Ryan's family cut ties with both of them. Richard kicked Ryan out, and Linda refused to speak to them again. Olivia lost everything. The people she had hurt came forward and filed lawsuits against her. She was officially an outcast. Ryan disappeared. Last I heard, he was living in a cheap motel, unemployed, friendless, full of regret. I got my job back. HR realized the accusations against me were false and even gave me a promotion as an apology. And me? I moved on. I took a solo trip to Italy. I reconnected with old friends. And most importantly, I never looked back.
The sound of shattering glass jolted me from my reverie. I rushed to the kitchen, my heart pounding, to find Eddie standing over the remains of my mother's cherished crystal vase. "Oops," he said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Guess we won't be needing this anymore, will we?" I stared at him, disbelief etched across my face. "Eddie, that was my mother's. How could you be so careless?" He shrugged, stepping over the shards as if they were nothing more than fallen leaves. "It's just a vase, Laura. Besides, it's not like she'll be coming over to use it any time soon." The callousness in his voice made my blood run cold. I knelt to gather the pieces, careful not to cut myself on the jagged edges. "What's that supposed to mean?" Eddie leaned against the counter, arms crossed. "Come on, we both know your mother's on her last legs. It's about time you faced reality." I stood up, fragments of crystal cradled in my trembling hands. "How dare you? My mother may be ill, but she's still fighting. She's stronger than you'll ever be." "Is that so?" Eddie's eyes narrowed. "Well, let me tell you something about your precious mother." The front door swung open, interrupting whatever vitriol Eddie was about to spew. Amelia's voice rang out. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." I quickly deposited the broken vase into the trash, plastering on a smile as our daughter entered the kitchen. "Hi, sweetheart. How was your day?" Amelia's eyes darted between Eddie and me, sensing the tension. "It was fine. Is everything okay in here?" "Just peachy," Eddie muttered, pushing past us both. "I'll be in the garage if anyone needs me." As soon as he was out of earshot, Amelia turned to me. "Mom, what's going on? You look upset." I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "It's nothing, honey, just a little disagreement." Amelia's brow furrowed. "About Grandma?" "How did you—" "I overheard Dad talking on the phone last night," she admitted. "He was saying some pretty awful things about her." My heart sank. "Oh, Amelia, I'm so sorry you had to hear that." She shook her head, determination flashing in her eyes. "Don't apologize for him, Mom. I'm sick of the way he treats you and Grandma. Why do you put up with it?" Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. When had my bright, beautiful daughter become so perceptive? And when had I become so complacent? "I don't know," I whispered, the truth of it settling heavily on my shoulders. "I guess I've just been hoping things would get better." Amelia took my hand, squeezing it gently. "Mom, you deserve better than hope. You deserve respect." As I looked into my daughter's eyes, so full of love and concern, something shifted inside me. The anger I'd been suppressing for years bubbled to the surface, mingling with a newfound resolve. "You're right," I said, straightening my spine. "It's time I stood up for myself and for your grandmother." Just then my phone rang. I glanced at the screen, my heart leaping into my throat when I saw the caller ID. "It's the hospital." Amelia's eyes widened. "Answer it." With shaking hands, I accepted the call. "Hello?" "Yes, this is Laura." As I listened to the nurse on the other end, my world tilted on its axis. I ended the call, turning to Amelia with tears in my eyes. "It's Grandma," I choked out. "She's taken a turn for the worse. We need to go to the hospital right away." Amelia nodded, already grabbing her keys. "I'll drive. Should we tell Dad?" I glanced towards the garage, where I could hear Eddie tinkering with his precious car. In that moment, I made a decision that would change everything. "No," I said firmly. "This is about family. Real family. He doesn't deserve to be there." As we rushed out the door, leaving Eddie behind, I felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing for certain. Things were about to change, and I was ready to fight for what truly mattered. The hospital corridor seemed endless as Amelia and I rushed towards the ICU. My mind raced, replaying Eddie's cruel words about my mother. How had I let things get so bad? We rounded a corner and nearly collided with Uncle Joe and Aunt Lily. Their faces were etched with worry, mirroring my own. "Laura, thank goodness you're here," Aunt Lily said, pulling me into a tight embrace. Uncle Joe's usually jovial face was somber. "They've got her stabilized for now, but it was touch and go for a while." I felt my knees buckle, and Amelia quickly steadied me. "Can we see her?" The doctor emerged from Mom's room, clipboard in hand. "Family of Gladys Thompson?" We all nodded, and he gestured for us to follow him to a small consultation room. As we settled into the uncomfortable plastic chairs, I braced myself for the worst. Mrs. Thompson has suffered a severe stroke, the doctor explained. We've managed to control the bleeding, but the next 48 hours will be critical. I listened numbly as he outlined the treatment plan, my mind struggling to process the information. It wasn't until Amelia squeezed my hand that I realized the doctor had stopped speaking. "Can I see her now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded, and I followed him to Mom's room, leaving the others behind. The sight of her, small and fragile in the hospital bed, nearly broke me. I approached cautiously, taking her hand in mine. "Oh, Mom," I whispered. "I'm so sorry." As I sat there holding her hand and listening to the steady beep of the monitors, my phone buzzed insistently in my pocket. I ignored it, focusing on the rise and fall of Mom's chest. After what felt like hours, Amelia gently touched my shoulder. "Mom, you should get some rest. I'll stay with Grandma." Reluctantly, I agreed, knowing I needed to clear my head. As I stepped into the hallway, I finally checked my phone. 12 missed calls from Eddie. With a sigh, I hit redial. He answered on the first ring. "Where the hell have you been?" he demanded. "I've been worried sick." I almost laughed at the absurdity of his concern. "You didn't seem too worried about my mother earlier." "Is that where you are, the hospital?" His voice dripped with disdain. "Laura, you need to come home. We have that dinner with the Johnsons tonight, remember?" I closed my eyes, counting to 10 before responding. "Eddie, my mother is fighting for her life. I'm not leaving her side for some business dinner." "Don't be dramatic," he scoffed. "She's probably just milking it for attention. You know how she is." Something inside me snapped. "How dare you? You have no idea what she's been through, what I've been through. All you care about is your precious business deals and your image." "Now wait just a minute." "No, you wait," I interrupted, my voice rising. "I've spent years catering to your needs, making excuses for your behavior. Well, I'm done. My family needs me, and for once, I'm choosing them over you." I ended the call before he could respond, my hands shaking with a mixture of anger and exhilaration. As I turned to go back to Mom's room, I nearly collided with Uncle Joe. "Everything okay, Laura?" he asked, concern etched on his face. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Just dealing with Eddie. You know how he can be." Uncle Joe's expression darkened. "Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about regarding Eddie. I've been hearing some concerning things." My heart sank. "What kind of things?" He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "Financial irregularities, shady business deals. Laura, I think Eddie might be in some serious trouble." The world seemed to tilt on its axis as I processed this information. First Mom's stroke, and now this. How much more could I handle? As if on cue, alarms began blaring from Mom's room. Amelia's panicked voice cut through the chaos. "Mom, Grandma's coding!" I raced towards the room, my heart pounding. As I watched the medical team work frantically to save my mother's life, one thought crystallized in my mind. Something had to change, and it had to change now. The next 48 hours passed in a blur of beeping monitors, hushed conversations, and endless cups of lukewarm coffee. Mom had pulled through the crisis, but she remained in critical condition. I barely left her side, my world shrinking to the confines of her hospital room. Amelia was my rock, handling calls and bringing fresh clothes. Uncle Joe and Aunt Lily took shifts, their steady presence a comfort I hadn't realized I needed. It was during one of these quiet moments that Eddie finally showed up. Well, he said, sauntering into the room like he owned it. "Looks like the old girl's tougher than we thought." I stiffened, my hand tightening around Mom's. "What are you doing here, Eddie?" he shrugged, eyeing the various machines. "Checking on my mother-in-law, of course, and wondering when my wife plans on coming home." "I told you I'm not leaving her," I said, struggling to keep my voice low. Eddie's face darkened. "This little vigil of yours is getting old, Laura. You have responsibilities at home." "My only responsibility right now is to my mother," I snapped. He leaned in close, his voice a menacing whisper. "Don't forget who pays the bills, sweetheart. Your mother's care isn't cheap." Before I could respond, Amelia burst into the room. "Mom, the doctor needs to—" "Oh." She stopped short, eyeing Eddie warily. "Dad, I didn't know you were coming." Eddie straightened, his charming mask sliding back into place. "Just checking in on everyone. How's my girl?" Amelia's eyes flicked between us, sensing the tension. "I'm fine. Mom, the doctor wants to talk to you about Grandma's treatment options." I nodded, grateful for the interruption. I'll be right there. Turning to Eddie, I added, we'll finish this conversation later. As I followed Amelia out, I heard Eddie mutter, count on it. The meeting with the doctor was a whirlwind of medical jargon and difficult decisions. Mom needed surgery, but her chances were slim. The cost would be astronomical. I don't care about the money, I said firmly. Do whatever it takes to save her. Returning to Mom's room, I found Eddie gone and Uncle Joe in his place. His face was grim. Laura, we need to talk, he said, leading me to a quiet corner. It's about Eddie and those financial irregularities I mentioned. My stomach churned. What about them? Uncle Joe took a deep breath. I've been doing some digging. Laura, Eddie's company is in serious trouble. There are rumors of embezzlement, cooking the books. If it's true, he could be facing jail time. The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. That's impossible. Eddie would never... But even as I said the words, doubt crept in. The late nights at the office, the mysterious phone calls, the sudden insistence on controlling our finances. It all started to make a terrible kind of sense. There's more, Uncle Joe continued. I think he might be planning to use your mother's medical bills as a cover, if he can claim financial hardship. He could hide his tracks, I finished, feeling sick. Just then, my phone buzzed with a text from Eddie. Made executive decision, pulling plug on your mother's treatment. Time to let nature take its course. Red-hot fury surged through me. How dare he? After everything he'd done, now he wanted to sacrifice my mother to save his own skin. In that moment, something inside me hardened. The last lingering shreds of affection I'd felt for Eddie withered. And Uncle Joe, I said, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. I need a lawyer, a good one. He nodded, understanding in his eyes. I'll make some calls. As he left to do just that, I turned back to Mom's still form. I'm so sorry, I whispered, taking her hand. I should have seen it sooner, but I promise you I'm going to fix this. Eddie won't win, not this time. I pulled out my phone, my fingers flying over the keys as I typed a response to Eddie. Touch my mother's care and I'll bury you. Divorce papers incoming. As I hit send, a weight lifted from my shoulders. The road ahead would be hard, but for the first time in years, I felt truly free. The next morning, I woke to the gentle beeping of Mom's heart monitor. For a moment, I forgot about Eddie, about the impending divorce, about everything except the rise and fall of her chest. Then reality came crashing back. Morning, Mom, I whispered, squeezing her hand. We've got a big day ahead of us. As if on cue, my phone buzzed. It was Sandra, the lawyer Uncle Joe had recommended. I can meet you at the hospital in an hour, her text read, bringing the paperwork. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. Just then, Amelia walked in, 2 cups of coffee in hand. You're a lifesaver, I said, gratefully accepting one. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Mom, are you sure about this? Divorcing Dad, I mean. I sighed, patting the chair next to me. As Amelia sat, I tried to find the right words. Honey, your father, he's not the man we thought he was. The things he's done, the things he's planning to do, I can't stand by and let it happen. Amelia nodded slowly. I know. It's all happening so fast. Before I could respond, a commotion in the hallway caught our attention. Eddie's voice, loud and angry, echoed through the corridor. I don't care about your policies. That's my mother-in-law in there, and I have every right to make decisions about her care. I jumped up, my heart racing. Amelia, stay with Grandma. I'll handle this. I stepped into the hallway to find Eddie face to face with Mom's doctor, his face red with anger. Eddie, I said, my voice cold. What do you think you're doing? He whirled on me, eyes blazing. What am I doing? I'm trying to talk some sense into these people. Your mother's a lost cause, Laura. It's time to let her go and stop wasting our money. The doctor looked between us, clearly uncomfortable. Perhaps we should discuss this privately. There's nothing to discuss, I cut in. My mother's care continues as planned. End of story. Eddie grabbed my arm, pulling me close. You don't get to make that call. I'm still your husband, and what I say goes. I wrenched my arm free, fury coursing through me. Not for long. You're not. His eyes widened as the implication sank in. What are you talking about? Mrs. Thompson? A new voice interrupted. We turned to see a sharp-dressed woman approaching, briefcase in hand. I'm Sandra Reeves. We spoke on the phone. Eddie's gaze darted between us. Who the hell is this? My lawyer, I said, straightening my spine. Eddie, I think it's time we took this conversation somewhere more private. We found an empty waiting room, tension crackling in the air. Sandra laid out a stack of papers on the table between us. What's the meaning of this? Eddie demanded. Divorce papers, I said simply. I'm done, Eddie. I know about the embezzlement, the cooked books. I know you were planning to use my mother's medical bills to cover your tracks. It ends now. The color drained from Eddie's face. You can't prove any of that. Sandra cleared her throat. Actually, Mr. Thompson, we have quite a bit of evidence. Your wife is prepared to turn it all over to the authorities unless you agree to her terms. Eddie's shock quickly turned to rage. You conniving bitch. After everything I've done for you? Everything you've done? I laughed bitterly. You mean belittling me? Neglecting our daughter? Trying to kill my mother to save your own skin? Oh yes, Eddie, you've done so much. He lunged forward, but Sandra was quicker, stepping between us. Mr. Thompson, I strongly advise you to calm down and consider your options carefully. For a long moment, the only sound was Eddie's heavy breathing. Then, deflating like a punctured balloon, he sank into a chair. What do you want? He asked, defeat in his voice. I slid the papers across the table. Sign these. Walk away. Leave my mother, my daughter, and me alone. Do that, and maybe, just maybe, I won't turn you in. As Eddie picked up the pen, his hand shaking, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The road ahead would be difficult, but for the first time in years, I could see a glimmer of hope on the horizon. The days following Eddie's signing of the divorce papers were a blur of legal meetings and hushed conversations with Uncle Joe and Aunt Lily. Through it all, Mom's condition remained stable, but precarious. I clung to hope like a lifeline, refusing to consider the alternative. It was a quiet Tuesday afternoon when everything changed. I was dozing in the chair beside Mom's bed, Amelia having convinced me to get some rest when the alarms started blaring. I jolted awake, my heart pounding as nurses and doctors rushed into the room. What's happening? I cried, but no one answered. They were too busy working on Mom, their voices urgent and clipped. Amelia appeared at my side, her face pale. Mom, we need to step out. Let them work. Numbly, I allowed her to lead me into the hallway. We stood there, holding each other, as the minutes ticked by agonizingly slow. Finally, the doctor emerged, his expression grave. Mrs. Thompson, he began, and I knew. I knew before he said the words that would shatter my world. I'm so sorry. We did everything we could, but your mother's heart couldn't take the strain. She's gone. The world tilted sideways, and I would have fallen if not for Amelia's steady grip. No, I whispered. No, it can't be. She was getting better. She was. But the truth was there in the doctor's sympathetic eyes, in the quiet sobs coming from my daughter. Mom was gone. The next few hours passed in a haze of paperwork and phone calls. Uncle Joe and Aunt Lily arrived, their presence a comforting anchor in the storm of my grief. As night fell, we gathered in Mom's room for one last goodbye. I stood by her bed, holding her still warm hand, memories flooding through me, her laugh, her wisdom, the way she always knew exactly what to say to make things better. How could I go on without her? Mom, Amelia said softly, touching my shoulder, there's something you should know, something Grandma told me before she got worse. I turned to her, confused. What do you mean? Amelia took a deep breath. She knew about Eddie, about the embezzlement, the lies. She'd been gathering evidence for months, trying to protect you. The shock of this revelation cut through my grief like a knife. What? How? Uncle Joe stepped forward, his face solemn. Your mother was sharper than any of us gave her credit for. She noticed things, put the pieces together. She came to me for help, but made me promise not to tell you until she had concrete proof. Which she got, Aunt Lily added, pulling an envelope from her purse. This arrived at our house yesterday. It's all here, Laura. Bank statements, emails, everything you need to nail Eddie to the wall. I stared at the envelope, my mind reeling. Even in her final days, Mom had been fighting for me, protecting me. A wave of love and grief washed over me, nearly bringing me to my knees. As I reached for the envelope with trembling hands, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Eddie. Heard about your mother. My condolences. Now that she's gone, I trust you'll drop this ridiculous divorce nonsense? White-hot anger surged through me, burning away the fog of grief. How dare he? After everything he'd done, everything Mom had sacrificed to expose him, he thought he could just waltz back into our lives? In that moment, I made a decision. Mom had given me the tools to fight back, and I wasn't about to let her final act of love go to waste. I looked at my family, Amelia, Uncle Joe, Aunt Lily, and saw the same determination reflected in their eyes. "We're going to make him pay," I said, my voice steady and sure. "For Mom, for us, for everything he's taken. Eddie's going down, and we're going to be the ones to do it." As we left the hospital that night, Mom's evidence clutched tightly in my hand. I felt a strange mix of sorrow and resolve. The road ahead would be hard, but with my family by my side and Mom's spirit guiding me, I knew we could face whatever came next. Eddie had no idea what was coming for him, but he was about to find out. The day after Mom's funeral, I sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by stacks of papers. Mom's evidence against Eddie lay spread before me, a damning chronicle of his deceit. With each document I read, my resolve hardened. Amelia entered, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. "Mom, there's something you need to see." She handed me her tablet, open to a local news site. The headline made my blood run cold. "Local business tycoon Eddie Thompson under investigation for fraud." "It's everywhere," Amelia said softly. "Social media, news channels, everything." I skimmed the article, my heart pounding. Someone had leaked information about Eddie's financial misdeeds to the press. Our carefully laid plans were unraveling before our eyes. Just then, my phone exploded with notifications, texts from friends, voicemails from reporters, and one message that made my stomach drop. "We need to talk. Now, Eddie." I looked at Amelia, seeing my own panic reflected in her eyes. "What do we do?" Before I could answer, the front door burst open. Eddie stormed in, his face a mask of fury. "You," he snarled, pointing at me. "You did this, didn't you?" I stood, placing myself between Eddie and Amelia. "I don't know what you're talking about." He laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "Don't play dumb, Laura. The press, the investigation, it all leads back to you. Do you have any idea what you've done?" "What I've done?" I shot back, anger rising to meet his. "You're the one who embezzled money, who lied and cheated your way to the top. You did this to yourself, Eddie." He advanced on me, eyes wild. "I built that company from nothing. Everything we have, everything you enjoy, it's because of me." "Stop it," Amelia cried, stepping between us. "Dad, please, just leave. We don't want any trouble." Eddie's gaze softened for a moment as he looked at our daughter. Then his face hardened again. "You're coming with me, both of you. We're going to fix this mess you've made." "We're not going anywhere with you," I said firmly. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm. "You don't have a choice. I'm still your husband, and—" "Let go of her," Amelia shouted, trying to pry Eddie's fingers loose. In the scuffle that followed, Eddie's elbow caught Amelia in the face. She stumbled back, blood trickling from her nose. Something inside me snapped. With strength I didn't know I possessed, I wrenched free from Eddie's grip and shoved him away. "Get out!" I screamed. "Get out of our house now!" Eddie stared at us, shock and rage warring on his face. Then without another word, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. As soon as he was gone, I rushed to Amelia. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" She nodded, holding a tissue to her nose. "I'm fine, Mom, but what are we going to do now?" I sank into a chair, the adrenaline draining away, leaving me shaky and exhausted. "I don't know. This wasn't how it was supposed to go." My phone buzzed again. It was Uncle Joe. "Laura, turn on the news, now." With trembling hands, I grabbed the remote and flipped on the TV. Eddie's face filled the screen, his usual charming smile nowhere to be seen. The ticker at the bottom read, "Breaking news, Eddie Thompson arrested on fraud charges." Amelia and I watched in stunned silence as the reporter detailed Eddie's arrest, the mountains of evidence against him, the potential sentences he faced. "It's over," Amelia whispered. "It's really over." But as I stared at Eddie's mugshot, a chill ran down my spine. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Eddie would fight this with everything he had, and he'd come for us next. We had won the battle, but the war was far from over. I pulled Amelia close, my mind racing. We needed a plan, and fast. Because Eddie Thompson was down, but he certainly wasn't out. And I had a sinking feeling that his next move would be his most desperate and dangerous yet. The days following Eddie's arrest were a whirlwind of police interviews, meetings with lawyers, and endless phone calls. I barely slept, jumping at every unexpected sound, convinced Eddie would find a way to retaliate. It was a rainy Tuesday morning when the call came. I was in the kitchen with Amelia, both of us nursing cups of coffee, when my phone buzzed. The caller ID made my blood run cold. Eddie's lawyer. "Hello?" I answered, my voice trembling. "Mrs. Thompson?" The smooth voice on the other end began, "I'm calling on behalf of my client, Edward Thompson. He has a proposition for you." I put the phone on speaker, motioning for Amelia to stay quiet. "What kind of proposition?" "Mr. Thompson is willing to plead guilty to reduced charges, sparing you and your daughter the ordeal of a public trial. In exchange, he asks for your help in accessing certain offshore accounts." My heart raced. The offshore accounts, of course. That's where the bulk of Eddie's ill-gotten gains were hidden, accounts I had no knowledge of, and therefore couldn't disclose to the authorities. "And if I refuse?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The lawyer's tone turned icy. "Then Mr. Thompson will have no choice but to implicate you in his financial dealings. After all, you were his wife. How could you not have known?" The threat hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I looked at Amelia, saw the fear in her eyes, and made my decision. "Tell Eddie he can rot in hell," I spat, ending the call. Amelia's eyes widened. "Mom, what are you doing? If Dad implicates you?" "He won't," I said, more confidently than I felt. "We have Mom's evidence, remember? It proves I knew nothing about his schemes." But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. Would it be enough? Before we could discuss it further, a loud bang echoed through the house. The front door flew open, and Eddie burst in, flanked by two burly men I didn't recognize. "Hello, darling," he sneered, his eyes wild. "Miss me?" I pushed Amelia behind me, my heart pounding. "How did you get out?" Eddie laughed, a harsh, manic sound. "Money talks, Laura. You should know that by now. Now where are those documents your dear departed mother left you?" One of Eddie's goons started rifling through the papers on the kitchen table. I lunged forward, but the other man grabbed me, pinning my arms behind my back. "Mom!" Amelia cried, trying to reach me. Eddie rounded on her. "Stay out of this, sweetheart. Daddy's just taking care of business." "You're insane," I spat, struggling against my captor. "You won't get away with this." Eddie's face contorted with rage. He grabbed my chin, forcing me to look at him. "I already have. Once I destroy that evidence, it'll be your word against mine. And who do you think they'll believe? The successful businessman or his bitter, gold-digging wife?" In that moment, something inside me snapped. With strength born of desperation, I wrenched free from the man holding me and lunged at Eddie. We crashed to the floor, grappling for control. "Amelia, run!" I shouted, struggling to keep Eddie pinned. "Get help!" I heard the sound of breaking glass and running footsteps as Amelia escaped through the back door. Eddie's men moved to follow her, but Eddie barked, "Let her go. We have what we came for." As Eddie's weight pressed down on me, his hands around my throat, I saw my life flash before my eyes. All the years of manipulation, of feeling small and powerless. But not anymore. With a surge of adrenaline, I brought my knee up hard, catching Eddie in the stomach. He wheezed, loosening his grip just enough for me to break free. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing the first thing I could reach, a heavy crystal vase, a wedding gift from years ago. As Eddie lunged at me again, I swung with all my might. The vase connected with a sickening crack, and Eddie crumpled to the floor. His men, seeing their boss fall, hesitated for just a moment before fleeing. As sirens wailed in the distance, I stood over Eddie's unconscious form, the broken vase still clutched in my trembling hands. It was over. Finally, truly over. But as I sank to my knees, exhaustion and shock setting in, one thought echoed through my mind. What happens now? The courtroom was packed as I took the stand, my heart pounding in my chest. Eddie sat at the defense table, his once charming smile now a twisted sneer. As I swore to tell the truth, I caught Amelia's eye in the gallery. She nodded encouragingly, and I felt a surge of strength. "Mrs. Thompson," the prosecutor began, "please tell the court about the events leading up to your husband's arrest." Taking a deep breath, I recounted everything. The years of emotional abuse, the financial deception, and that final, terrifying confrontation in our home. With each word, I felt the weight of secrets and fear lifting from my shoulders. Eddie's lawyer tried to paint me as a vindictive, money-hungry wife, but the evidence spoke for itself. Mom's meticulous records combined with the financial documents we'd uncovered left no doubt about Eddie's guilt. As I stepped down from the witness stand, Eddie leapt to his feet. "You ungrateful bitch," he snarled. "After everything I've done for you." The judge's gavel came down hard. "Mr. Thompson, control yourself or I'll have you removed." Eddie subsided, but his eyes burned with hatred. In that moment, I realized how close I'd come to losing everything: my dignity, my freedom, even my life. The jury's deliberation was mercifully short. As the foreman read out the verdict, guilty on all counts, a collective sigh of relief swept through the courtroom. Eddie's face crumpled, the reality of his situation finally sinking in. As the bailiffs led him away, Eddie called out, "Laura, please, you can't let them do this to me." I turned to face him one last time. "Goodbye, Eddie," I said softly. "I hope you find peace." Outside the courthouse, surrounded by reporters and well-wishers, I felt oddly calm. Amelia hugged me tightly, tears streaming down her face. "It's over, Mom," she whispered. "We're free." Uncle Joe and Aunt Lily were there too, beaming with pride. "Your mother would be so proud of you," Aunt Lily said, squeezing my hand. As the crowd dispersed, Amelia pulled me aside, her expression nervous but excited. "Mom, there's something I need to tell you." My heart skipped a beat. "What is it, sweetheart?" She took a deep breath. "I've met someone. His name is David, and he's wonderful, Mom. I think you'll really like him." Joy bubbled up inside me, pushing aside the last lingering shadows of the past few months. "Oh, Amelia, that's wonderful news. When can I meet him?" As Amelia launched into a description of her new love, I felt a presence beside me. It was Sandra, my lawyer and now friend. "Congratulations, Laura," she said warmly. "You've won more than just a court case today. You've reclaimed your life." I nodded, feeling the truth of her words deep in my bones. "What happens now?" I asked. Sandra smiled. "That's entirely up to you. The world is wide open." As we walked away from the courthouse, arm in arm with my daughter, I felt a sense of possibility I hadn't experienced in years. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. There were still wounds to heal, trust to rebuild, but for the first time in a long time, I was excited about the future. That night, as Amelia and I sat on the porch of our new home watching the sunset, I thought about Mom. I could almost hear her voice on the breeze, telling me how proud she was, how much she loved me. "I miss her," Amelia said softly, as if reading my thoughts. I put my arm around her. "Me too, sweetheart, but she's still with us in everything we do." As the stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, I made a silent promise to Mom, to Amelia, and to myself. We would live fully, love deeply, and never again let anyone dim our light. The journey had been long and painful, but as I sat there with my daughter, looking out at the new life stretching before us, I knew that every step had been worth it. We had survived, we had triumphed, and now, finally, we were truly free. The end.
The morning Jesse threw his iPad across the room was the same morning I discovered someone had stolen nearly every penny of his future. My name is Kiara, and I'm what polite society calls a special needs parent. What they really mean is that I'm the mother of a beautiful 7-year-old boy who sees the world differently than most people. Jesse is nonverbal autistic, and that morning he was having none of it with his speech therapy app. "Breathe, baby," I said, picking up the iPad and checking for cracks. "We can try again later." Jesse flapped his hands, his way of saying he was overwhelmed. "I got it. Some days are harder than others." I pulled him into a gentle hug, careful not to squeeze too tight. He doesn't always like that. The familiar scent of his apple shampoo filled my nose as I stroked his dark curls. My phone buzzed, another call from the bank. I'd been dodging them all morning, trying to get Jesse ready for his therapy session. But this time, I knew I had to answer. "Ms. Dawson?" The voice was crisp, professional. "This is Sandra from First National. We've been trying to reach you about some unusual activity in your son's trust account." I stepped into the hallway, keeping one eye on Jesse through the doorway. "What kind of unusual activity?" There have been several large withdrawals over the past few months. The account balance is currently $76.14. The world tilted sideways. "That's impossible. There should be over $200,000 in that account." "Let me pull up the transaction history," Sandra said. Papers shuffled. The withdrawals were authorized by a co-signatory, Teresa Brewer, my Aunt Teresa, the same aunt who'd sworn on my mother's grave she'd help protect Jesse's future, the same aunt who'd insisted I add her as an emergency signatory, just in case something happens to you, darling. "When was the last withdrawal?" My voice sounded strange, distant. 3 days ago, $50,000. Jesse appeared in the doorway, clutching his stuffed lion. He could always sense when something was wrong. I forced a smile for him while my free hand curled into a fist. "Send me everything," I said. "Every transaction, every authorization, everything." I ended the call and checked the time. Jesse's therapy session started in 20 minutes. I couldn't fall apart now. I got him into his car seat, handed him his lion, and started driving on autopilot. The documents arrived in my email before we reached the therapy center. Red numbers jumped out at me at every stoplight. Withdrawal after withdrawal, each one perfectly timed to avoid triggering automatic alerts. This wasn't impulse. This was calculated. I dropped Jesse off with his therapist, Lisa, who immediately noticed something was wrong. "Are you okay?" she asked, her hand on my arm. "Just family stuff," I managed. "I'll be back in an hour." In the parking lot, I pulled up Teresa's number. My hands shook as I pressed dial. She answered on the second ring, her voice dripping honey. "Kiara, what a lovely surprise. Where's Jesse's money?" A pause, then a soft laugh that made my skin crawl. "Oh, that? Well, you see, Savannah got accepted into this wonderful summer program at Oxford. Very prestigious. The timing was just perfect, really." "You stole my son's future to send your daughter to summer camp? Now, darling, let's not be dramatic. Savannah has real potential. She's going places. And let's be honest," her voice dropped to a stage whisper, "that boy was never going to college." The phone creaked in my grip. That money was for his care, his therapy, his future. "Oh, please," Teresa scoffed. "The state takes care of people like him. Besides, family helps family. Savannah needed this opportunity. Jesse is family, too." "Is he? Really?" The honey in her voice turned to vinegar. "Look, what's done is done. I had legal access to that account, and I made an executive decision. Perhaps if you'd managed your life better, you wouldn't have needed to set up a charity fund in the first place." I watched a mother and daughter walk into the therapy center, the little girl skipping, the mother laughing. 7 years of swallowed comments, forced smiles, and quiet dignity crystallized into something hard and sharp in my chest. "You're right about one thing," I said quietly. "Family helps family, and I'm going to help you understand exactly what you've done." I hung up before she could respond. Through the window, I could see Jesse in his session, carefully stacking blocks with his therapist. My sweet, beautiful boy, who deserved so much better than an aunt who saw him as less than human. I opened my contacts and scrolled to my cousin Paige's number. She'd been warning me about Teresa for years. Time to find out just how deep this rabbit hole went. The game was on. Paige was already waiting at our usual coffee shop when I arrived, 2 steaming mugs on the table. The familiar scent of vanilla latte did nothing to calm the storm in my chest. "You look like hell," she said, pushing one mug toward me. "Remember when you told me Teresa couldn't be trusted?" I slid my phone across the table, the bank statement displayed. "Guess who just emptied Jesse's entire trust fund?" Paige's eyes widened as she scrolled through the transactions. "Holy shit!" She looked up. "Oxford summer program? How did you know?" "Savannah's been plastering it all over Instagram. Designer shopping sprees, too." She handed the phone back. "Teresa's been bragging about her gifted daughter at every family dinner." The coffee turned bitter in my mouth as memories flooded back. Jesse's diagnosis day. Teresa standing in the hospital hallway, her face a mask of pity and disgust. "Such a shame," she'd said, patting my hand. "But you're so brave, Kiara, taking on this burden." I'd been too shell-shocked to respond then, too focused on learning about therapies, treatments, and how to be the mother Jesse needed. "Remember Thanksgiving 3 years ago?" Paige asked, interrupting my thoughts. God, how could I forget? It had been Jesse's first major holiday with the extended family. He'd been overwhelmed by the noise, the crowds, the unfamiliar faces. When he started stimming, rocking back and forth to self-soothe. Teresa had pulled her daughter away like autism was contagious. "Poor Chiara," she'd announced to the room. "It must be so hard watching Savannah excel while your Jessie, well, she's always been like this," Paige said, stirring her coffee. "The perfect mother with the perfect daughter. Everyone else is just a supporting character in the Teresa show." I trusted her. My voice cracked. I made her a signatory because she promised to look after Jessie if anything happened to me. She swore on Mom's grave. Paige reached across the table, squeezing my hand. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know. A lawyer, maybe? The police?" "The police won't do much." She had legal access. Paige hesitated, then pulled out her business card and wrote a number on the back. "But I know someone who might help." "A lawyer?" "Not exactly. Let's say he specializes in exposing people who abuse financial trust. He helped my friend recover money from her embezzling business partner last year." I studied the number. "Is he legal?" "Legal enough. He's a forensic accountant with some additional skills." Paige leaned forward. "Look, Teresa's not just going to give the money back. She probably doesn't even have it anymore. But if you want to make her pay, really pay, this guy can help." My phone buzzed, a Facebook notification. Teresa had tagged me in a post. With trembling fingers, I opened it, so proud of my beautiful Savannah starting her Oxford journey. Some children are just destined for greatness. "Blessed, Shiro, proud mama, Ichi, family first." The photo showed Savannah in designer clothes, posing next to a brand new Mercedes. My son's future transformed into a teenage girl's Instagram backdrop. "Call him," I said, my voice steel. "Set up a meeting." "Are you sure? Once you start this?" "You know what Teresa said to me this morning? That Jessie was never going to college anyway." I gripped my mug so hard my knuckles went white. She stole his future because she decided he didn't deserve one. Paige was already dialing. "Kyle, it's Paige. I have someone you need to meet." She listened for a moment. "Yes, it's financial. Family trust fund. No, worse. It's about a special needs child's care money." A pause. I could hear a male voice speaking rapidly. "Tomorrow at 2? Perfect." Paige ended the call. "He's in. Said this kind of case is his specialty." "What exactly does he do?" "He follows the money, all of it, every transaction, every purchase, every hidden account, and then—" A small, fierce smile crossed her face. "He makes sure everyone knows exactly what kind of person they're dealing with." I thought of Jessie, innocently stacking his blocks while his aunt liquidated his safety net. I thought of Teresa's smug voice this morning, so certain of her superiority, so convinced of her right to decide whose child deserved a future. "Tomorrow at 2, I confirmed, standing up. "And Paige, thank you." She grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. "Ciara, make her regret it. Make her regret ever looking down on that beautiful boy of yours." I nodded, a cold clarity settling over me. Teresa wanted to play family values? Fine. Let's see how those values held up under a spotlight. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. Kyle's office wasn't what I expected. Instead of some dark basement hacker lair, it was a bright, modern space with potted plants and abstract art. The man himself looked more like an accountant than a digital vigilante. Pressed shirt, neat haircut, rectangular glasses. "Tell me about the trust fund," he said, gesturing for me to sit. I laid out the whole story, setting up the account after Jessie's diagnosis, adding Teresa as an emergency signatory, discovering the theft. Kyle typed notes on a sleek laptop, his expression neutral. "And you have the original trust documentation?" I pulled out the folder I'd brought. Everything. Bank statements, withdrawal records, the signatory agreement. Teresa didn't even try to hide it. They never do. He smiled slightly. "People like your aunt operate on the assumption that they're untouchable, that their victims will be too ashamed or powerless to fight back." "She thinks I should be grateful," I said, the words bitter in my mouth. "Like she did me a favor by redirecting the money to someone more worthy. Kyle stopped typing. Tell me about your son. The question caught me off guard. Most people avoided asking about Jesse directly. He's 7, nonverbal autistic. He loves building things, anything with patterns. He can solve puzzles faster than I can. When he's happy, he flaps his hands like he's trying to take flight. I swallowed hard. That money was supposed to ensure he'd always have care, even if something happened to me. Kyle nodded, then turned his laptop around. On the screen was a complex flowchart of transactions. Your aunt's been busy, he said. The first withdrawal went straight to Oxford's summer program, $50,000. Then there's the Mercedes dealership, $80,000. Designer boutiques, luxury spas, first-class flights. He scrolled through a seemingly endless list. She burned through that money like she was trying to erase it. Can we get it back? Legally? You might recover some, but it would be a long, expensive battle. She had authorization, even if she abused it. He leaned forward. But there's another way to make her pay. I'm listening. Every transaction leaves a trail. Every purchase, every transfer, every attempt to hide money. It all creates a digital footprint. I can trace it all, document it, package it into a very interesting story. His eyes met mine. The question is, what do you want to do with that story? I thought of Teresa's Facebook posts, her constant parading of Savannah's achievements. How much of that perfect image was built on stolen money? I want everyone to know, I said. Every family member, every friend, every social media follower. I want them to see exactly who she is. Kyle's fingers flew across the keyboard. The annual family reunion is next month, right? According to her social media, she's giving some kind of speech. About family values, I laughed humorlessly. She does it every year. Perfect timing. He turned the laptop again, showing me a draft report. I can have everything ready by then. Bank records, purchase histories, timestamps matching her social media brags about Savannah's new car with withdrawals from Jesse's account. Will it be enough? Trust me, when people see how she systematically drained a disabled child's care fund to buy her daughter luxury items, he shook his head. The court of public opinion can be far more devastating than any legal judgment. My phone buzzed, another Facebook notification. Teresa posting photos of Savannah's Oxford orientation. Proud mama, blessed life. Family first. Do it, I said. Show me everything you find. Kyle worked for the next hour, walking me through his findings. The pattern was clear. Every major withdrawal coincided with a social media post about Savannah's achievements. Teresa hadn't just stolen the money, she'd flaunted it. One more thing, Kyle said as I stood to leave. Are you sure you want to go this route? Once it's done, there's no going back. Family dynamics will change forever. I pulled out my phone, showing him a picture of Jesse from that morning, concentrated on his block tower, his stuffed lion watching guard. She changed those dynamics the moment she decided my son's future was worth less than her daughter's summer vacation. Kyle studied the photo longer than necessary. I'll have everything ready in 2 weeks. We can review the final package before the reunion. At the door, he touched my arm lightly. For what it's worth, your son is lucky to have you fighting for him. I drove home in a daze, my mind racing with possibilities. Teresa had spent years building her reputation as the family matriarch, the perfect mother, the keeper of traditional values. Time to show everyone what those values really cost. The pre-reunion wine night at Giselle's house was exactly as insufferable as I expected. Crystal glasses clinked, fake laughter echoed, and Teresa held court like a queen in her element. I nursed my single glass of Prosecco, watching. "Oh my God, is that a new Mercedes?" Giselle squealed as Teresa pulled into the driveway. The ruby-red car gleamed under the porch lights. $200,000 of stolen future, polished to perfection. "Just a little something?" Teresa smiled, adjusting her designer blazer. Richard says I deserve to treat myself sometimes. My phone vibrated. A text from Kyle. Found 3 more hidden transfers. Ready when you are. Kiara. Teresa's voice dripped honey. Darling, you made it. How's Jessie doing? The pause before my son's name was subtle, but deliberate. 7 pairs of eyes turned to me, waiting for the usual uncomfortable moment when the special needs mom had to explain her child. He's wonderful, I said, taking a deliberate sip. He mastered a new communication app last week. Oh, how nice. Teresa's smile didn't reach her eyes. Savannah just finished her first week at Oxford, top of her summer intensive already. I saw the posts, I said. That program must be expensive. A flicker of something. Fear? Crossed Teresa's face before she laughed. Well, you know what they say. You can't put a price on education. Unless it's someone else's education fund, I muttered into my glass. What was that, dear? Nothing. Just admiring your new car. Giselle, ever the gossip, bounced over. Teresa, you have to tell everyone about your speech for the reunion. She's doing this amazing presentation about family values, she explained to the room. I'm recording the whole thing for the family archive. Are you now? I asked, suddenly very interested. Oh, yes, Giselle waved her phone. Teresa's going to talk about legacy, tradition, how important it is to support each other. You know, real family values. Teresa preened. Well, I do think it's important to show the younger generation what real success looks like, what you can achieve with the right priorities. The word hung in the air like poison. I thought of Jessie's empty trust fund, of Kyle's flowcharts showing how methodically Teresa had drained it. Speaking of priorities, Giselle turned to me, wine sloshing in her glass. Are you still taking the bus everywhere? You should really think about getting a car. Public transport is environmentally friendly, I said blandly, watching Teresa's perfectly manicured hands tighten around her glass. But so inconvenient with Jessie's condition, Teresa chimed in. Though I suppose you're used to making sacrifices. My phone buzzed again. Kyle. Final report ready. Impact maximum if released during speech. Actually, I smiled at Teresa, I believe in investing in the future. Some things are more important than luxury cars. Teresa's eyes narrowed slightly. Before she could respond, Giselle clapped her hands. Oh, did everyone see Savannah's latest Instagram? Show them the Oxford photos, Teresa. As Teresa pulled out her phone, I watched her scroll past dozens of shopping sprees and spa days, each one paid for with my son's future. The other women cooed over Savannah's designer outfits, her dorm room view, her new friends. She's going to do such amazing things, Teresa gushed. Some children just have that special something, you know. The room murmured in agreement. I felt their sideways glances, their unspoken comparisons between Savannah's golden future and my son's limitations. The reunion's going to be perfect, Giselle sighed happily. Teresa's speech, all the family together, celebrating real achievement. My phone lit up one last time. Kyle had sent a preview of the report. The first page showed a simple timeline. Jessie's trust fund deposits on one side, Teresa's withdrawals, and Savannah's social media posts on the other. The pattern was devastating in its clarity. Yes, I said, finishing my Prosecco. It's going to be quite a celebration. Teresa caught something in my tone. She studied me over her wine glass, uncertainty flickering behind her confident facade. More Prosecco, Chiara? She offered too brightly. No thanks. I should get home to Jessie. His night routine is very important. Of course it is, dear. Teresa's smile was pure condescension. We all do what we can with what we're given. I gathered my purse, pausing at the door. You know, Teresa, you're right about one thing. The reunion will be memorable. I can't wait to hear your speech about family values. The drive home was quiet. In my mind, I could already see it. Teresa at the podium, preaching about legacy and success, while every phone in the audience lit up with the truth. Some things really are priceless. The timing has to be perfect, Kyle said, spreading documents across his desk. We were doing our final review before the reunion, now just 2 days away. Too early, and she'll have time to spin it. Too late, and people will have started leaving. During her speech, I confirmed, when she's talking about family values. Paige, who joined us for the strategy session, snorted. The irony is almost too perfect. Kyle pulled up a presentation on his laptop. I've organized everything chronologically. First slide shows the trust fund's original purpose, Jesse's care, then we follow the money. He clicked through images. Every withdrawal matched to a purchase. Every purchase matched to a social media post. It tells a story even Teresa can't explain away. What about legal backlash? Paige asked. Everything here is factual and documented. She had legal access, yes, but the pattern of spending proves intent. Kyle adjusted his glasses. Besides, the court of public opinion moves faster than any legal system. My phone lit up with a text from Valentina, Jesse's godmother. He had a great day at therapy, built a tower taller than me. I showed them the photo of Jesse's creation. This is what she stole from. Not just money, opportunity, progress, independence. Kyle studied the picture longer than necessary. The report's ready. I just need your final approval to set up the mass distribution. How exactly will it work, Wouch? I asked. I've collected phone numbers from the reunion RSVP list. When I send the signal, everyone gets a link simultaneously. The preview will show just enough to make them click. A photo of Teresa's Mercedes next to a withdrawal receipt from Jesse's account. Paige leaned forward. And you're sure about the timing? Giselle's recording the speech, remember? She's already bragged about her perfect viewing spot near the podium. When Teresa hits her peak sanctimony about family values, Kyle mimed pressing a button. Everyone's phone buzzes at once. I imagined the scene. Teresa in her designer outfit, preaching about success and tradition, while her carefully constructed image crumbled in real time. There's something else, Kyle said quietly. I found more accounts. Teresa's been doing this for years, borrowing from family members, manipulating joint accounts. Your son's trust fund was just her biggest target. Of course it was, I said bitterly, because who would believe the special needs mom over the family matriarch? That's why the report includes everything, every transaction, every victim. Once people start talking, Paige trailed off. She'll never recover, Kyle finished. A memory surfaced. Jesse's 4th birthday party. Teresa had shown up late, made a show of giving him an educational gift he couldn't use, then spent the entire time telling anyone who'd listen about Savannah's latest achievements. He'll never be like normal children, she'd whispered to another aunt. Kiara should really consider long-term care options. Do it, I said. Send everything. Kyle nodded, but his expression was serious. Once this goes live, there's no taking it back. The family will implode. Relationships will break. Are you ready for that? She broke those relationships the moment she decided my son's care fund was her personal ATM. There's one more thing. Paige pulled out some legal papers. I had these drawn up. New power of attorney documents, revoking Teresa's access to everything. We can have them notarized right after the reveal. Perfect, Kyle said. I'll witness the signatures myself. We spent the next hour reviewing the final details. Kyle had thought of everything. Backup distribution methods, screen recordings of Teresa's social media brags, even archived bank statements showing the systematic draining of the account. As I stood to leave, Kyle caught my arm. Ciara, what you're doing? It's not just revenge, it's justice. Is it? I asked quietly. Because sometimes it feels like I'm becoming just like her. No, Paige said firmly. She stole from a child because she could. You're exposing the truth because you must. There's a difference. My phone buzzed again. Another Facebook notification. Teresa posting about the upcoming reunion. So excited to share some wisdom about family values, Some people just understand the importance of legacy. Char blessed bar our family, first bar proud mama. Saturday, I said, my resolve hardening. Let's show everyone exactly what those family values cost. Kyle nodded, already typing. I'll be in position by noon. When she takes the podium, we take her down, Paige finished. Driving home, I thought about legacy. Teresa had spent years building hers on stolen dreams and broken trust. On Saturday, that legacy would crumble, not with a whisper, but with hundreds of simultaneous notification pings. Jesse was waiting at the door when I got home, flapping his hands in excitement over a new puzzle he'd solved. I hugged him close, breathing in his familiar scent. Some legacies, I decided, were worth burning the world to protect. The reunion venue looked like something out of a Southern Living magazine. White chairs dotted the manicured lawn, fairy lights twinkled in the trees, and a small stage stood ready for Teresa's grand performance. You look ready for war, Valentina said, helping me adjust Jesse's bow tie. He was wearing his favorite blue suit, the one that didn't bother his sensory issues. I feel ready for war, I admitted, checking my phone. Kyle had texted his confirmation. In position, everything's set. Family members were already arriving, clustering in their usual groups. I caught snippets of conversation as we walked through. Did you see Teresa's new Mercedes? Savannah's doing so well at Oxford. Such a shame about Kiara's situation. Jesse clutched his stuffed lion tighter, sensing the tension. I squeezed his hand. It's okay, baby, just a little longer. Giselle bustled past, phone at the ready. Perfect lighting for recording. Teresa's speech is going to be amazing. Wouldn't miss it for the world, I smiled. Greg, the family patriarch, took the stage first. His voice boomed across the lawn. Family is everything. Tradition is everything. And nobody understands that better than our own Teresa. I spotted Kyle setting up his laptop at a corner table, looking every bit the professional event photographer he was pretending to be. Paige stood nearby, legal documents hidden in her designer clutch. Then Teresa appeared, resplendent in an outfit that probably cost more than 3 months of Jesse's therapy. Savannah trailed behind her, texting rapidly on the latest iPhone, another trust fund purchase, according to Kyle's records. My dear family, Teresa began, her voice dripping sincerity. Today I want to talk about values, about legacy, about what it means to truly support each other. Jesse started humming softly, his way of self-soothing in crowds. A few relatives shot us disapproving looks. I held him closer. In this family, we believe in excellence, Teresa continued, in achievement, in making the most of what God gives us. My phone vibrated. Kyle, ready when you are. Look at my Savannah, Teresa gestured to her daughter. Top of her class at Oxford's summer program, a new Mercedes for her perfect SAT scores. This is what happens when we invest in potential. I caught Paige's eye across the lawn. She nodded slightly. Some might call it privilege, Teresa's voice swelled with false humility. But I call it good stewardship, using our resources wisely, supporting those who can truly benefit. I texted Kyle one word, now. Because family, Teresa raised her glass, means protecting our legacy. It means making hard choices about where to invest our... The air filled with notification sounds, hundreds of phones buzzing and pinging at once. Teresa faltered mid-sentence. Oh my God, someone gasped. Is this real? The trust fund. Jesse's money. Giselle, still filming, dropped her phone. Teresa, what did you do? I watched as faces turned from their screens to Teresa, then to me and Jesse, then back to their phones in horror. The timeline was devastating in its simplicity. Each withdrawal from Jesse's account matched perfectly with Teresa's social media posts about Savannah's luxuries. This is... Teresa's voice cracked. This is a mistake, a misunderstanding. The Mercedes was bought with Jesse's therapy money? Greg's wife stood up, face flushed with anger. Oxford summer program, Paid for with a disabled child's care fund? Another aunt shook her head in disgust. Savannah stared at her phone, face draining of color. Mom, what did you do? Now wait just a minute. Teresa tried to regain control. I had legal access to that account, and let's be honest, that money was just sitting there. Jessie isn't going to... To what? I stood up, my voice carrying across the suddenly silent lawn. To college? To need care? To deserve a future? Jessie chose that moment to start building a tower with the dinner rolls on our table, completely oblivious to the drama unfolding around him. The simple innocence of it made Teresa's crime seem even more monstrous. I was going to pay it back, Teresa stammered. Once Savannah's career takes off. Save it, Paige stepped forward, legal documents in hand. We have a notary present. Time to sign away your access to everything. The facade finally cracked. Teresa's perfectly made-up face contorted with rage. That account should have never existed. She was irresponsible. Her son is... She stopped, suddenly aware that Giselle's phone was still recording. The family erupted into chaos, but all I could see was Jessie, carefully placing another roll on his tower, his stuffed lion watching guard. Some legacies, it turned out, destroyed themselves. The aftermath was like watching a hurricane in slow motion. Teresa stood frozen at the podium, her perfectly curated world crumbling around her in real time. I can explain, she kept saying, but nobody was listening anymore. They were too busy scrolling through Kyle's meticulously documented report. The Christmas fund, too? Greg's wife exclaimed. The one for the grandkids. And Sarah's wedding savings, someone else added. Remember how it mysteriously disappeared right before Savannah's Sweet 16? Savannah pushed through the crowd toward her mother. Is it true? Did you really steal from Jessie? Darling, please. Teresa reached for her daughter. Everything I did was for you, for your future. By stealing from my cousin, a disabled child? Savannah's voice cracked. I didn't ask for any of this. Now, Greg stepped up to the podium. Let's all calm down and... Calm down? Paige's voice cut through the chaos. She was standing by Kyle's laptop, projecting screenshots onto the venue's screen. Look at these timestamps. The day she drained the last $50,000 from Jessie's account, she posted about buying Savannah's Mercedes, called it a blessing from God. Teresa's face turned red. You ungrateful little... She lunged toward me, but several relatives held her back. Sign the papers, Teresa, I said quietly, nodding to Paige. Revoke your access to all family accounts. Now. Or what? She spat. Or Giselle's video of your meltdown goes viral, Kyle spoke up, adjusting his glasses. I'm sure your church group would love to see how you really feel about disabled children. Giselle, still recording, nodded enthusiastically. This is better than any reality show. Teresa's hands shook as she signed the documents. Paige's notary friend stamped each page with professional efficiency. My reputation, Teresa whispered. You've destroyed everything. No, I corrected her. You destroyed everything. I just showed everyone the truth. Savannah stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. I want to give it back. The car, the clothes, Oxford, all of it. It's not your fault, I told her gently. You didn't know, but I should have, she insisted, all those times you and Jessie came to family events on the bus while I was driving a car bought with his therapy money. Jessie chose that moment to toddle over, proudly holding up his roll tower. He offered one to Savannah, a rare gesture of sharing that made my heart squeeze. I'm so sorry, Savannah whispered, accepting the roll. I'm so sorry. Teresa wasn't done. You think this makes you better than me? She snarled. At least my daughter has a future. What's your son going to contribute to society? Who's going to remember his legacy? The crowd gasped. Even Greg stepped back, shaking his head in disgust. I think we're done here, Kyle said firmly, closing his laptop. The banks have been notified. All your access has been revoked. And this video, Giselle waved her phone, is going to get so many views. You know this is going to be viral by tomorrow morning, right? Teresa's perfect mask finally shattered completely. You planned this, she hissed at me. You orchestrated this whole humiliation. Actually, I smiled, you did that all by yourself. I just provided the audience. Mom, Savannah tugged at her arm. Let's go, please. But Teresa wasn't finished. She grabbed the microphone one last time. You all think you're so righteous. I did what any good mother would do. I saw an opportunity to help my child succeed, and I took it. That money was just sitting there, wasting away on... The mic cut off. Kyle stood by the soundboard, shaking his head. Show's over, Teresa. The family watched in stunned silence as Teresa stormed off, her designer heels sinking into the manicured lawn. Savannah followed, shoulders slumped, already pulling up local car dealerships on her phone. Well, Giselle announced to her camera, I guess that's what real family values look like, folks. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Jessie tugged at my sleeve, ready to go home. As we gathered our things, relatives approached one by one, some apologizing, some offering support, many just shaking their heads in disbelief. You okay? Kyle asked quietly, helping me pack Jessie's toys. Ask me tomorrow, I replied. Paige joined us, waving the notarized documents. It's done. She can't touch any family money ever again. I watched Teresa's Mercedes peel out of the parking lot, probably for the last time. Jessie waved goodbye to his roll tower, completely unaware that he'd just witnessed the implosion of decades of family dynamics. Sometimes, I realized, karma doesn't just knock, it kicks down the door and brings receipts. The video went viral overnight, just as Giselle predicted. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since we got home from the reunion. Messages from relatives, old friends, even local news wanting comments. Have you seen this? Valentina texted, sending a link. Teresa's Mercedes was listed for sale on Facebook Marketplace, the description reading, selling due to family emergency, price negotiable. Jessie sat at his therapy table, methodically sorting blocks by color. The morning light caught his curls, turning them golden. Some of his cousins had started a GoFundMe to help rebuild his trust fund. It had already passed $50,000. My laptop pinged with an email notification from Teresa. You didn't have to destroy me. 5 words. No apology, no acknowledgement of what she'd done, just accusation wrapped in self-pity. Before I could respond, the doorbell rang. Kyle stood on my porch, holding a thick folder and wearing an expression that meant business. The banks froze her accounts, he said, stepping inside. All of them. They're launching their own investigation into financial misconduct. Good morning to you, too, I smiled, pouring him coffee. Sorry, He ran a hand through his hair. The more I dig, the worse it gets. She didn't just steal from Jessie. She's been manipulating family funds for years, playing this twisted game of financial favoritism. Jessie wandered over, curious about our visitor. To my surprise, he offered Kyle one of his precious blocks, a blue one, his favorite color. Thank you, Kyle said solemnly, accepting the block like it was made of gold. My phone buzzed again. Savannah. Can we talk, please? What are you going to do? Kyle asked, noticing my hesitation. She's just a kid, I sighed. She didn't ask for any of this. I texted back, come over. 20 minutes later, Savannah arrived in an Uber, looking nothing like the polished princess from the reunion. Her makeup was gone, her designer clothes replaced with simple jeans and a t-shirt. I sold the car, she said without preamble, and I withdrew from Oxford. The refund should process next week. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. She watched Jessie playing with his blocks. Mom's been calling nonstop, trying to justify everything, but I keep thinking about what she said, about Jessie not having a future worth investing in. Kyle quietly excused himself, leaving us to talk. But before he left, Jessie surprised us all by giving him a quick, spontaneous hug, something he rarely did with anyone outside our immediate circle. That's new, I said, watching Kyle's face soften with emotion. Maybe he knows who helped protect his future, Savannah suggested. We sat in comfortable silence, watching Jesse build increasingly complex patterns with his blocks, each structure more intricate than the last, following rules only he understood. He's amazing, Savannah said softly. I never really saw it before, but he is. My phone lit up with another notification. Giselle's video had passed 1 million views. The comments were overwhelmingly supportive, many from parents of special needs children sharing similar stories of family discrimination. Mom's whole life was about appearances, Savannah continued. Perfect daughter, perfect car, perfect social media presence. But this? She gestured to Jesse, happily lost in his own world of patterns and possibilities. This is real. What will you do now? I asked. Community college, local, get a degree in special education, maybe. She smiled slightly. Turns out there are more important things than Oxford summer programs. Jesse finished his latest creation, a spiral of blocks that looked almost like DNA strands. He stepped back, flapping his hands in excitement. That's beautiful, baby, I said. He beamed, then started gathering blocks for his next project. Can I? Savannah hesitated. Can I come visit sometimes? Get to know my cousin properly? Before I could answer, Jesse did something extraordinary. He walked over to Savannah and carefully placed a blue block in her hand, the same gesture he'd made with Kyle. I think that's a yes, I smiled, watching tears well up in Savannah's eyes. My laptop pinged again, another email from Teresa. You'll regret this. Family should protect family. I looked at Jesse, now teaching Savannah his block sorting system. At the GoFundMe notifications still flooding my phone, at Kyle's forgotten coffee cup on my counter. Delete, I clicked, then closed my laptop. Some things weren't worth my energy anymore. Let Teresa rage into the void. Let her learn what it means to lose everything she thought she was entitled to. I had more important things to focus on. My son's future, rebuilt not just with money, but with understanding. New allies who saw his worth without question. And the quiet satisfaction of knowing that sometimes justice wears heels, carries spreadsheets, and comes with receipts. Jesse's tower grew higher, each block placed with perfect precision. His future, I realized, had never been more secure.
Your father is going to lose everything, Lena announced abruptly, her penetrating eyes fixed on me from across the dinner table. The words hung in the air like a ticking time bomb. I felt the blood drain from my face as my fork clattered onto the plate, the sound echoing against the sudden, suffocating silence. Derek coughed awkwardly, clearing his throat as he shot Lena a withering look. Now, sweetheart, what kind of thing is that to say? Lena ignored him, her hazel eyes boring into mine with that uncanny, unnerving intensity I'd grown both used to and perturbed by. He's been lying and hiding things. Bad things. My heart slammed against my ribs as Derek scoffed unconvincingly. Come on, Elise, you're not going to listen to her weird games again, are you? I swallowed hard, my throat constricting as dread and panic welled up inside me. This wasn't one of Lena's make-believe stories or idle ramblings. I could tell from the grave certainty etched on her delicate features. What are you talking about, Lena? I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. She fixed me with that soul-piercing stare. Dad is cheating on you and stealing from his job. He's going to get caught soon. A shocked silence fell over the room. Derek pushed back his chair and stood abruptly, his face mottled with anger. That's enough, young lady. You've got an overactive imagination, but this is going too far. I'm telling the truth, Lena shouted back, her voice trembling with emotion. You think I'm making this up, but I see things. I know what you've been doing. Frozen in shock, I could only watch numbly as Derek grabbed Lena by the arm and hauled her out of the room, her cries and protests fading down the hallway. The bubble of our seemingly perfect suburban life had well and truly burst. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake Lena's haunting words from my mind. I tried convincing myself it was just another one of her bizarre childhood phases, but her chilling conviction nagged at me incessantly. I started paying closer attention to the little things, Derek's mysterious late nights at the office, the expensive new gadgets he claimed were employee discounts, the obvious distance growing between us. It was like someone had ripped away the rose-tinted veil from my eyes. Finding the hotel receipt in his pants pocket was the final, irrefutable proof I needed. I felt like the biggest fool as everything clicked into place. Lena had been right all along about the affair. And if that was true, what about the stealing from his job? As I sat on the edge of our bed, the damning evidence in my hand, a sickening realization washed over me. My husband, the man I'd loved and trusted, had been living a reprehensible double life of deception right under my nose. Worst of all, my innocent little girl had seen the truth, while I remained willfully blind. Tears stung my eyes as I looked at the framed photo on the nightstand. An idyllic family snapshot taken just months ago, all smiles and blissful unawareness. Those days were over. My life as I knew it had already crumbled, leaving only the harsh reality of betrayal behind. With a deep, shuddering breath, I straightened my spine and pushed aside the grief momentarily. It was time to confront Derek and force the truth out into the open once and for all, no matter how much it shattered the delusion we'd been living. The fragile foundation of our family had fractured beyond repair, and there was no going back. As frightening as it was, I knew I had to be strong. If not for myself, then for Lena. She had been the one to courageously shed light on the ugly truth, and now it was my turn to face the consequences head-on. I spent the next few days gathering evidence, feeling like a detective investigating my own husband's sordid secrets. Lena's revelation had opened the floodgates, and now everything seemed laced with Derek's lies, his business trips, the unfamiliar numbers constantly lighting up his phone, even the pungent smell of another woman's perfume clinging to his clothes. Finally, I decided it was time to confront him. One night after Lena was tucked in bed, I steeled myself and headed to the living room where Derek was watching TV, my hands trembling with the damning evidence. "Who is she?" I demanded, tossing the hotel receipt onto his lap. Derek's eyes widened in shock before narrowing suspiciously. "Where did you get this?" "That's not an answer," I shot back, my voice rising. "I want the truth, Derek. Who are you sleeping with behind my back?" He opened his mouth, but I cut him off, throwing the crumpled lingerie receipt I'd found in his gym bag at him. "And this, some kind of sick joke?" "Elise, you're overreacting," he sputtered unconvincingly as I paced back and forth like a caged tiger. "It's not what it looks like." "Don't you dare try to lie to me," I exploded, fury and hurt raging through me. "Lena knew, Derek. She told me weeks ago that you were cheating and stealing from your job. I didn't believe her at first, but now—" I trailed off bitterly. Derek's face contorted in anger. "Are you seriously going to take the word of a child over your own husband?" "A child who was telling the truth," I shot back, hot tears streaming down my cheeks. "While I've been blinded this whole time, stupidly believing in the perfect family act you've been selling." In that moment, I thought Derek might strike me with the way his fists clenched and rage flashed in his eyes. Instead, he abruptly stood, towering over me with clenched jaw. "You want the truth?" he growled darkly. "Fine. Yes, I've been having an affair with Jessica from accounting. And yes, I've been skimming money from the dealership finances to fund my little fling and all her expensive tastes. There, I admitted it." His vile confession hung thick in the air as I stared at him, sickened revulsion roiling in the pit of my stomach. This was the real Derek, the monster who had been lurking behind the facade of loving husband and devoted father. "How could you?" I whispered, choking back a sob. "How could you do this to Lena and me, to our whole family?" "Don't act so innocent," he shot back venomously. "You've been too caught up in your own little world with work and Lena to pay any attention to me. A man has needs, Elise." I recoiled in disgust at his twisted rationalization. This man was no longer the Derek I thought I knew and loved. He was a vile, repulsive stranger. Lena's cries suddenly rang out from her bedroom, no doubt awakened by our raised voices. With a last look of pure loathing at the despicable creature before me, I whirled and hurried down the hall to my daughter. In that moment, it was clear. Derek's deceit and abusive nature left me no choice but to burn that bridge completely. He had shattered the sacred bonds of family through his selfish transgressions. Now it was up to me to protect Lena at all costs from the fallout of her father's unforgivable actions. As I pulled my sobbing little girl into my arms, I silently vowed that Derek would face the consequences for the devastation he had wrought upon our lives. If unbridled karma was coming for him, I would be the instrument to unleash its ultimate reckoning. The next few days were a tense, toxic powder keg in our home. Derek tried to go about his routine as if nothing had happened, but I could see the guilt and strain etched on his face. I refused to so much as look at him, my insides twisting with disgust and hatred every time he entered the room. Lena seemed to pick up on the suffocating atmosphere, sticking close to my side with a quiet wariness. She didn't ask for more details about that awful night. She didn't need to. The invisible fissure cracking through our family unit was plain for all to see. One evening, I was in the kitchen preparing dinner when Derek blustered in, that same arrogant sneer plastered on his face. "We need to talk about this rationally," he announced without preamble. "You're blowing this whole thing out of proportion." I whirled on him, brandishing the kitchen knife as if it could physically erase him from my life. "Out of proportion?" I echoed in disbelief. "You cheated on me. You stole from your own company to fund your sleazy affair. How am I supposed to just accept that?" "Keep your voice down," he hissed, shooting a nervous glance towards the living room where Lena was watching TV. "You're going to upset Lena." "I'm going to upset her?" I cried, incredulous rage bubbling up within me. "That's rich coming from the man who destroyed this family with his repulsive lies and actions." Lena, of course, had heard the commotion and came padding in, her eyes wide with worry and a hint of that same unnerving knowingness. "Mommy, what's going on?" "Nothing, Princess," Derek rushed out in a placating tone that made me want to vomit. "Daddy and Mommy are just having a little disagreement, that's all." "Don't you dare lie to her again," I exploded, throwing the knife down with a clatter. I grabbed Lena and pulled her protectively into my arms. "Your father has been cheating on me with another woman and stealing money from his job. The truth is finally out." Derek's face darkened with fury as Lena gasped. "You stupid butch! You had to go and tell her?" Before I could react, he had crossed the kitchen in 2 strides, his hand raised to strike me. I flinched, bracing for the blow as Lena cried out in terror. Suddenly, Derek froze, his arm still raised as if an invisible force held him in place. His face contorted in hatred as he stared down at Lena, who was glaring at him with uncanny intensity despite her tears. "Don't you dare hurt my mom," she said in a low, trembling voice laced with power. "I warned you this would happen, Dad. I told you your lies would catch up to you. Well, now everyone knows what a horrible person you really are." In that moment, it was like all the fight went out of Derek. His arm dropped limply to his side as he took a staggering step back, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he beheld his own young daughter. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the kitchen, disappearing upstairs as the tension crackled in the air. I clutched Lena tightly, tears streaming down my cheeks as the reality set in. The man I had once loved and built a family with had just tried to strike me in front of our child. That night, as I lay awake with Lena tucked against me in the guest bedroom, I knew there was no going back. Derek's abusive outburst had irrevocably severed any remaining threads holding our family together. I could no longer live under the same roof as that monstrous, violent stranger for both safety and Lena's. It was time to formulate an escape plan, no matter how afraid or uncertain I felt. Derek's cruelty and depravity knew no bounds. He had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. If there was any flicker of love left for the man he used to be, it was permanently extinguished, smothered by the ashes of his morally bankrupt actions. As I stroked Lena's soft hair, I felt a steely determination harden within me. That twisted, wicked man may have tried to cow me through intimidation, but he had underestimated the ferocious protectiveness of a mother's love. I would do whatever it took to shelter Lena from his toxic, vile influence and hold him accountable for his unforgivable betrayal, even if I had to burn our lives to the ground to make it happen. The next morning, I awoke with a pounding headache and a heavy sense of dread weighing me down. Lena was still sleeping peacefully beside me, her face angelic in contrast to the turmoil raging inside me. I slipped out of bed, my heart hammering as I tiptoed past the bedroom Derek and I had once shared. The house was eerily silent. He must have already left for work, no doubt eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere. In the kitchen, I busied myself making Lena's favorite pancakes, desperately trying to cling to some sense of normalcy. But my hands were shaking so badly, I ended up burning the first batch. As if on cue, Lena shuffled in, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Morning, Mommy." I quickly plastered on a reassuring smile. "Good morning, sweetie. How about we go out for breakfast instead?" Her eyes brightened at the suggestion, and she nodded enthusiastically. Small blessings, I thought wryly. At least I could still make her happy, despite our fractured family circumstances. After we were dressed, I gathered my purse and took a steadying breath. Time to face my new reality head-on. First stop was the bank, where I gingerly asked about our account balances with trepidation. To my dismay and rising panic, I discovered Derek had systematically drained almost every cent into his own private slush fund, leaving us with virtually nothing to our names. "That lying, thieving snake," I hissed through gritted teeth, the anger and hurt nearly choking me. Lena, thank goodness, was momentarily distracted at a picture book in the kids' corner. I took a few calming breaths, trying to process this latest unconscionable violation. Derek had not only shattered my heart and trust, he had potentially left us destitute and homeless. How could I ever have predicted the depths of his cruelty and depraved indifference towards me and his own daughter? "Mom?" Lena's small voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. "What's wrong?" I opened my mouth, but the words caught in my throat as despair threatened to overwhelm me. How could I possibly explain the full extent of Derek's repugnant actions to my child? Taking her small hand in mine, I forced a watery smile. "It's going to be okay, sweetie. We're just going through some stuff with Dad right now, but I promise I'm going to take care of you no matter what." Her brow furrowed, that too-wise gaze fixed on me. "He took all the money, didn't he? From our bank account." I could only nod mutely, not trusting myself to speak through the lump in my throat. To my surprise, Lena didn't seem shocked or upset, just terribly resigned, as if this was simply the latest inevitability to accept. "We need to get away from him," she stated firmly, squeezing my hand. "Dad's not the man we thought he was. He's dangerous." Her haunting words unlocked something inside me, allowing the cold reality to sink in completely. Derek's betrayal, his very essence, went deeper than I could have ever imagined. This was a profoundly broken, toxic person willing to inflict immeasurable pain and damage with no regard for anyone but himself. Staying in this house, in this life, would only enable his abusive behavior to continue escalating. I had to be the one to sever those ties completely for both our sakes before he dragged us down any further into his vortex of depravity. But how? I wondered desperately. He had cut off all our financial lifelines in his vindictive, pathetic clutches for control. Then, as if reading my anguished thoughts, Lena gave me that eerily prescient look. "Uncle Marcus can help us." My heart stuttered at the mention of my estranged older brother. Marcus and I hadn't spoken in years, ever since an argument over mine and Derek's whirlwind marriage drove a wedge between us. He profoundly distrusted Derek and warned me about rushing into things. I had been too blinded by love and naive optimism to listen. But now, with my world crashing down around me, thanks to the very man Marcus cautioned against, perhaps he was the only lifeline left to grab onto in this storm of turmoil. As much as it pained my pride to reach out, I didn't have any other choice, not if I wanted to find safe harbor for Lena and myself. Slowly, feeling like the world's biggest failure, I nodded. "Okay, honey. We'll call Uncle Marcus and see if he can help us get away from your father." The words tasted like ash in my mouth, but they were also the first defiant, empowering steps towards protecting what mattered most. Derek's cruel stranglehold over us was about to slip, one way or another. I would do whatever it took to break free and face the karma that was barreling towards him like a runaway train. The drive to Marcus's place felt like the longest journey of my life. Lena was uncharacteristically quiet beside me, her small hand clutched tightly in mine, as if she knew the gravity of what we were about to do. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it thundering in my ears. Part of me still couldn't quite believe I was really going through with this. Reaching out to the brother I had shut out of my life, to escape the waking nightmare my marriage had become. When Marcus opened the door, I barely recognized him. His hair was graying at the temples and lined creased his once youthful face, aging him beyond his 40 years. For a long moment, we just stared at each other in stunned silence. "Elise, what's—" He trailed off, his brow furrowing as he seemed to really take us in, my haggard appearance, Lena's somber wariness. "Come in, both of you. What's going on?" I opened my mouth, but the words stuck in my throat like shards of shattered glass. How could I possibly articulate the depths of betrayal and hurt? "It's Dad," Lena spoke up, that eerie perception slicing through the tension. "He's been cheating on Mom and stealing money from his job. We had to get away from him before it got worse." Marcus's face hardened into a mask of cold fury. "That son of a butch," he bit out, slamming his fist against the doorframe hard enough to make me jump. "I knew that snake couldn't be trusted from the moment you brought him around." "Marcus, please." I finally found my voice, thick with unshed tears. "We didn't know where else to go. Derek took everything, the money from our accounts, our savings, all of it." I swallowed hard against the lump in my throat. "We have nothing left because of him." To my surprise, Marcus immediately pulled me into a fierce hug, one I melted into despite my rigid shock. "You did the right thing coming here, sis. I'm so sorry you've had to go through this hell, but I promise you and Lena are safe now." He released me, his eyes blazing with protective fire as he turned to my daughter. "Hey, Lena, you've been a tough, brave girl through all this, haven't you? How would you like to pick out whichever guest room you want while your mom and I talk?" Lena nodded solemnly, and Marcus ruffled her hair before she scampered off down the hallway. I found myself envious of her innocence, her ability to accept safety and shelter so readily without the emotional scars I now carried. Once she was out of earshot, Marcus rounded on me, his expression thunderous. "Tell me everything that bastard did, and don't leave out a single damn detail." Like a festering wound finally being lanced, I unloaded it all to Marcus through harsh, ragged breaths. Derek's affair, his heartless financial crimes, his escalating abusive behavior, and finally his petty cruelty of draining our accounts in one last bid for control. No detail was spared. With each fresh atrocity, I watched helpless rage contort Marcus's features until he looked near violence by the end of my tale. "That miserable, worthless piece of human filth," he spat acidly. "To think I tried warning you about him all those years ago." I flinched, each word slicing into me like a knife's edge. I was so blind, Marcus, stupid and naive. All I cared about was the idea of the perfect family I thought we could be. I never really knew him at all. Marcus's expression softened fractionally as he placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "You couldn't have seen this side of him coming. That kind of evil is rarely obvious until it's too late. The important thing now is you and Lena are away from that cesspool he created." I nodded mutely, too emotionally raw to speak further. Marcus seemed to understand, giving my shoulder a final reassuring squeeze. "We'll get through this together, I promise," he stated, steely determination replacing his anger. "That worm is going to face the consequences of all the lives he's destroyed, and I'll make sure of it myself if I have to." I felt a tiny spark of hope flicker through the engulfing grief and turmoil at his words. Marcus wouldn't just offer us shelter and safety. He was ready to fight for justice on our behalf, too. As he turned to draw up the paperwork for initiating divorce proceedings, I felt oddly fortified, like I had an anchor again to cling to through this relentless storm. Derek's miserable betrayal had shaken me to my core, yes, but it hadn't broken my spirit permanently. With Lena by my side and Marcus standing with us, that defiant part of me that first made me confront Derek reared its head once more. If karma was circling like a shark, I would do everything to help it shred that wretched man to ribbons for how he had tried to shatter and discard our family. It was time to excise Derek from our lives completely and unequivocally, and with the law and morality as my blade, I would make sure he felt the slash of justice with each and every repercussion to come. The weeks following our escape to Marcus's place were a whirlwind of legal proceedings and mounting evidence against Derek. With Marcus leading the charge, it was like a dam had burst open. Every deplorable transgression, every slimy misdeed of my husband's had come gushing out into the light. I found myself downloading bank statements, digging up incriminating receipts and emails, recounting in harsh detail the timeline of Derek's escalating abuse. Each new revelation felt like another twist of the knife in my back, another con he had perpetrated against my trust and our family. At the same time, there was a perverse sense of exhilaration pulsing through me, fueled by the knowledge that the dominoes of karma were finally starting to topple around Derek's wretched existence. Through it all, Lena remained steadfastly by my side, her quiet strength and solemnity carrying me forward when the anguish threatened to overwhelm me. My little girl, robbed of her innocence by her own father's reprehensible conduct, was handling the fallout with more grace and resilience than I could have ever imagined. Finally, the day of the emergency custody hearing arrived, with Derek being summoned to face the full, damning brunt of his sins in court. I had spent agonizing hours preparing with Marcus, steeling myself to recount the worst moments under oath in front of that abusive, scornful glare. Yet when Derek finally entered the courtroom, it wasn't belligerent hatred that burned in his eyes, but naked fear. He looked shrunken, cowed, as if grasping the colossal weight of consequences bearing down upon him at last. It was strange, almost jarring, to watch the arrogant swagger leach out of him under the scrutiny of the impartial justice system. Marcus wasted no time in ruthlessly dismantling every aspect of his guise, painting him as the liar, the adulterer, the embezzler he truly was through an incontrovertible mountain of evidence. I was grateful for the opportunity to hide behind a legal buffer as the sordid specifics of Derek's deceit were laid bare for all to see. With each revelation, I watched him wilt a little more, the facade cracking until he could no longer meet anyone's gaze. When it was my turn to testify, to describe in explicit detail his explosive rage, his threats and toxic manipulation, I found I no longer feared him. Sitting there on the stand, I felt nothing but contemptuous revulsion for this shriveled, pathetic shell of a man before me. I spoke the truth calmly, clinically, laying out the facts of how he had terrorized Lena and me in pursuit of sating his selfish vices. By the time it was Derek's turn to testify, it was almost painful to watch his feeble, squirming attempts to salvage some credibility, respect, or shred of sympathy from the courtroom audience. His words rang as hollow and empty as his moral character, lies dribbling from his lips that no one would ever believe. The final nail in his coffin came when Lena took the stand, recounting in chilling detail her preternatural forewarnings about his despicable behavior, how she had tried to shield me from the truth to no avail. Seeing Derek visibly shrink away from his own young daughter's testimony, it was a damning indictment of his utter lack of redemptive qualities. By the end, the judge looked utterly disgusted as he rendered his rulings. Full custody awarded to me, Derek's legal avalanche of punitive fines, asset seizures, and possible criminal charges still to come. As he was led from the courtroom, Derek finally met my gaze with naked hatred blazing in his eyes, his mouth twisted into a silent snarl of malice. But I felt nothing but cold indifference towards this crumpled, petty villain who had tried to grapple Lena and me into the depths of his depravity. Stripped of his power and pretense, he was simply a cautionary example of the monster waiting within those driven by lust, greed, and ego. As Lena slipped her small hand into mine, I drew strength and pride from her courage in the face of her own father's repugnance. We had won, not just a legal victory, but a reclamation of our lives from his toxic, oppressive reach. A chapter had been closed, but more importantly, a new one was just beginning. No longer would Derek's shadow hang over us, leeching away happiness with his poisonous mendacity. We were free to start anew on our own terms, whatever the future held. As Marcus pulled us both into a fierce embrace, his eyes were shining not with triumph but with admiration. "You two are the real heroes here today," he murmured gruffly. "Derek's pathetic ego is what sealed his downfall in the end." I realized then with a sense of clarity that the karma delivered upon Derek wasn't one of fiery vengeance, but a cold, harsh light illuminating the festering ugliness he had tried so hard to conceal. The true punishment was forcing him to confront and be judged for the man he had ultimately chosen to become through his soulless choices. Looking into Lena's guileless eyes, I felt an overwhelming surge of love and gratitude. She had tried to steer us away from that path of destruction from the very beginning. And now, by her resilient side, I vowed to ensure we would both keep walking the higher path towards hope, love, and rebirth. Derek's wretched, karmic downfall was complete. All that was left was to embrace the freedom he had so selfishly tried to leech away and forge ahead into a new dawn brilliantly free of his toxic, dimming influence. In the aftermath of Derek's legal reckoning, it was like a vortex had opened up, swallowing the last remnants of the life we had known. With cold, brutal efficiency, the consequences of his actions just kept mounting. First, there was the swift and merciless termination from his job at the car dealership, the final severing of his financial lifeline now that his embezzlement schemes had been dragged into the harsh light of day. I had to repress a mirthless chuckle at the thought of all his smug posturing around that fancy corner office going up in flames thanks to his own rapacious greed. Next was the unraveling of his tawdry affair with that woman from accounting, Jessica. I'll never forget the smug, self-satisfied look on Marcus's face as he relayed the news that the mistress had kicked Derek to the curb, no doubt looking to preserve what scraps of her own reputation she could. "Rats fleeing a sinking ship," he had remarked with a cruel smile. "Derek won't have anyone left in his corner after this is through." Derek tried to see Lena, of course. Desperate phone calls, increasingly threatening voicemails, all pleading for a chance to explain himself, to fix things. As if his daughter's innocence and implicit trust in him hadn't been one of his biggest casualties. "Please, Mom," Lena had whispered brokenly after one particularly vile message. "I don't want to see him or talk to him ever again. He's not my dad anymore." Those words, spoken through such a wounded child's perspective, cemented my resolve. Marcus swiftly petitioned for a permanent restraining order, ensuring that not only could Derek never go near Lena, he couldn't so much as set foot on Marcus's property where we had taken refuge. I relished the moment Marcus came swaggering back with the official court papers, that predatory grin plastered on his face as he presented them. "This ensures he can't come sniffing around again, trying to manipulate you or Lena," he announced in a tone dripping with satisfaction. "One step over the line and I'll have his ass hauled off to jail so fast it'll make his head spin." For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I had exhaled a full breath, the first inhale of true freedom from Derek's toxic reach. Lena responded by plastering herself to my side, burying her tear-stained face against me as relief washed over us both in waves. At long last, his power to inflict more torment and trauma had been stripped completely away. He was little more than a shriveled, feeble shell of a human being now, pathetically thrashing against the bars of justice as the world looked on with contempt. The final, most brutal karma blow came in the form of those punitive fines and financial penalties raining down from every direction. Massive restitution to me, wage garnishing, asset forfeiture, you name it. Not just for the embezzlement, mind you, but calculated damages for his outrageous violations within our marriage. It was a ruinous legal Armageddon of fiscal accountability that had reduced Derek, the big-shot dealership manager, to flat broke and drowning in debt. I actually found myself giggling out loud when Marcus forwarded the statement documenting my vengeful asshole of an ex-husband's updated net worth, less than zero, a lifetime of earnings and pension pissed away, thanks to his greed and depravity. For so many years, Derek had been the smug, arrogant financial breadwinner. At least, that was the ego-stroking facade he hid behind as he cheated and stole and gaslit those closest to him into acceptance of his lies. Now that was all stripped away too, laid to waste by the sword of judicial roasting he so richly deserved. Marcus took particularly sadistic glee in taunting him with attachments of foreclosure notices and bankruptcy filings, punishment for the fear and destitution he had inflicted upon Lena and me in that sick power play of draining our own accounts. "This is what happens to self-entitled pricks who think they can have everything at the expense of others," he had snarled vindictively. "I'll savor every minute of his hard-earned downfall into abject poverty." And Derek, increasingly pathetic and diminished, had no choice but to writhe on that karmic skewer as the flames of accountability licked away every ill-gotten remnant of his former life. It was almost beautiful justice in a way, the cocky, faithless husband who had thrown it all away in pursuit of basal vice, now had nothing left but the hollowness of his choices staring back at him. As for Lena and me, the healing had at last begun in earnest, with Derek cut out of our lives like the terminal cancer he had become. There would still be scars to confront, trauma to process, but no longer would it be compounded by his vile, toxic presence looming in the shadows. Marcus was with us every step of the way, the older brother truly acting as the guardian I needed to finally break free and forge a new path forward with my resilient, extraordinary daughter at my side. Together, we savored those first few emancipated breaths of liberation from Derek's depravity, ready to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of everything he had destroyed around himself. "Rowan, we need to talk." The firm tone in Jamie's voice made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I turned to face my ex with a guarded expression, my mind instantly going to our son Casey. Jamie's eyes were cold as stone. "I want full custody of Casey." The words hung heavy in the air, a merciless blow that stole my breath away. I stared at Jamie in disbelief, desperately searching his face for any trace of a joke or misunderstanding. But his jaw was set, his demeanor brooking no argument. "What? No? You can't be serious," I managed, my throat tightening. Custody had never been an issue between us before. Why now, after all these years of me being a devoted parent? Jamie's lip curled with contempt. "I can give Casey a better life than you ever could on your measly salaries from those dead-end jobs." White-hot anger blazed within me, singeing away my shock. How dare he belittle the sacrifices I'd made to support Casey? I worked tirelessly, taking on multiple jobs to ensure he never went without, to give him the stable life Jamie and I had promised. "You smug son of a bitch," I spat, fists clenching. "Casey is my whole world. You're delusional if you think I'll let you take him from me so easily." Jamie met my fury with an infuriatingly dismissive scoff. "We'll see what the judge has to say. With my resources, this won't even be a fight." He gave a thin smile that made my skin crawl before turning on his heel and storming off. Left seething in his wake, my mind raced. What had prompted this sudden custody bid? Could it be related to the inheritance from my great-aunt that had recently come through? Cold tendrils of dread snaked through me at the thought of Jamie's potential motivations. I was shaking with a potent mix of rage and terror at the prospect of losing Casey. The legal system could be precarious. What if the courts deemed Jamie's wealthy lifestyle as more suitable for providing for our son? I couldn't allow that to happen, not when I had fought through every obstacle to give Casey the life he deserved. No, I wouldn't back down without a vicious battle. If Jamie thought I would roll over because he out-earned me, he was severely mistaken. I would fight for Casey with every fiber of my being, make him rue the day he came after my family. There was no choice. I had to find a way to stop Jamie before his ploy turned my world upside down. My chest ached with the thought of Casey being torn from me. I wouldn't let Jamie rip our lives apart for his selfish whims, not while I still drew breath. My jaw hardened with grim resolve. No matter what lies or actions Jamie resorted to, I would match them tooth and nail. When it came to protecting Casey, I would do whatever it took to emerge victorious. This was an unforgivable line Jamie had crossed, and there would be a reckoning. I called Taylor, the razor-sharp family law attorney, before Jamie even made it home that night. Her gravelly voice crackled over the line as I explained the situation through gritted teeth. "That bastard is coming after Casey because of the inheritance money," I snarled. "He couldn't care less about being a parent." There was a weighty pause before Taylor responded. "I had a feeling this was about the trust fund. Don't worry, Rowan. If Jamie wants a fight, I'll bury him under so much legal debris, he'll wish he never hatched this ridiculous scheme." A spark of hope flickered in my chest, tempering my fury for a moment. "You think we can stop him?" "Absolutely. We just need to dismantle his case piece by piece. I have a few ideas already," Taylor said with conviction. "First, we request all his financial records to establish motive." Over the next few weeks, the bitter battle intensified rapidly. I discovered the true extent of Jamie's deceit. He had leveraged the failing family restaurant to the brink of bankruptcy, leaving him in a desperate situation. The inherited money was a lifeline for him to maintain his ego and reckless spending habits. "Not a chance you're using my child to dig yourself out of the hole you created." I spat at Jamie across the negotiation table, Taylor's steadying hand on my shoulder. Jamie's eyes glittered with malice. Is that what you think, Rowan? Maybe Casey would be better off with someone who can actually provide, instead of that hovel you keep him in. My blood boiled, but Taylor cut in smoothly. My client has established a stable, loving home for Casey, which is more than can be said for you, Mr. Reynolds, or should I say Mr. Chapter 11. She slid a file of his debt records across the table. Jamie's face went red, sputtering in wordless outrage. It was deeply satisfying to see his arrogant mask shatter in the face of Taylor's relentless disassembling of his falsehoods. Despite the streams of vile accusations and personal attacks Jamie hurled my way, I refused to budge an inch. Each round fired only strengthened my resolve. Nothing would make me abandon Casey. Not while I was still breathing. Unfortunately for Jamie, his underhanded tactics soon came to light thanks to Taylor's ruthless investigative skills. The court wasn't impressed by his transparent grabs for money and fabricated narratives about my incompetence as a parent. Jamie grew increasingly flustered and desperate as the case progressed. One day before a hearing, Taylor warned me with a grim look. Jamie has hired a private investigator to dig into your personal life. Be prepared for anything, Rowan. I clenched my jaw, having expected such wretched behavior. He can try whatever he wants. I have nothing to hide. My focus is Casey, always has been. Taylor nodded firmly, and will make sure the court understands that crystal clear. As the custody hearing loomed, I braced for the worst, but my conscience remained clear. Whatever mud Jamie tried to fling, it wouldn't stick. Not when I had sacrificed so much for the well-being of my son. If losing was inevitable for Jamie, I would make sure he paid a heavy price for his despicable, selfish actions. Casey's life was not a bargaining chip to be played. I would fight until my dying breath to protect the loved I cherished most. As the court proceedings dragged on, Jamie's desperation escalated to unsettling new heights. He began lashing out at me publicly, no doubt hoping to sway opinion by painting me as an unfit parent. Oh look, there goes Rowan, the devoted single parent who chooses dead-end jobs over spending time with their own child, he sneered loudly at a community event, ensuring his venom carried across the park. I felt dozens of eyes burning into me, but refused to show weakness by reacting. Taylor had drilled it into me to never engage, no matter how vile Jamie's taunts became. Thankfully, our community wasn't easily fooled. A group of parents from Casey's school, including my closest friend Angela, swiftly came to my defense. That's rich coming from someone who hasn't bothered showing up for any of Casey's events in years, Angela shot back fiercely. We've all seen how Rowan bends over backwards as a single parent. Jamie flushed an ugly crimson, finally skulking away after failing to goad a response from me. I caught Casey's eye from across the park, and my heart clenched at the pain etched on his face from witnessing that ugly display. The nights grew longer as legal fees mounted from fighting Jamie's scorched earth campaign. My work shifts had to increase to keep the bills at bay, leaving me with little downtime. I longed for a break, but persevered knowing it was all for Casey's well-being. At my wits' end one evening after a double shift, there was an unexpected knock at my door. I was overwhelmed to find Angela and a few other parents with armfuls of home-cooked meals. We know things have been brutal lately, so we've formed a meal train to lighten your load where we can, Angela said simply, wrapping me in a tight hug. I could only nod wordlessly, unable to find the words to express the depths of my gratitude at their kindness and support. After living on granola bars, the smell of hot food made my eyes water. It was a poignant reminder that while Jamie attempted to tear my world down, I wasn't alone. That night, I tucked a sleeping Casey in, undisturbed for once without me having to be at work. My eyes traced the contours of his cherubic face, my heart swelling with profound love and the determination to never let Jamie remove this precious presence from my life. The tide began to turn, as Taylor uncovered more financial improprieties in Jamie's records. He had massively understated his debts and overhead, no doubt hoping it would look more viable for him to pursue custody. At our next court appearance, Taylor systematically dismantled the stability Jamie professed to offer Casey if he were granted custody. Your client's business has been delinquent on rent for over 6 months and has an unpaid tax lien, does it not? Taylor grilled Jamie's lawyer, barely suppressing her disdain. Jamie squirmed in his seat, shooting me a withering glare that I deflected with stony indifference. For too long he had believed his money and status could insulate him. No more. Mr. Reynolds is grasping at straws, trying to leverage his child for money due to his own sloppy business mismanagement. Taylor warned the judge. Does that sound like a parent prioritizing their child's well-being? When the judge's flinty eyes bored into Jamie, I saw the first flickers of doubt and fear cross the man's smug veneer. For once, the gathering dark clouds appeared to be swirling around Jamie instead of me as the case reached its pivotal stages. But I took no pleasure in it. My sole focus was safeguarding Casey's future. Whatever the personal or financial cost, there could be no surrender. Not when protecting my son's welfare was the purest cause I would ever fight for until my dying breath. The escalating custody battle was weighing heavily on Casey. I could see it in the slump of his small shoulders, the dimming light in his eyes. My heart ached for the toll this was taking, for the childhood innocence being chipped away by the unrelenting adult hostilities. No matter how much I tried to shield him, to maintain a sense of normalcy, Casey wasn't immune to the tensions slowly strangling our household. Jamie's barrage of attacks and malicious rumor-mongering could only be deflected for so long. One evening, when I dragged myself home from the hospital well past midnight, a bone-deep dread seized me at the darkened windows and deathly silence enveloping the house. "Casey?" I called out, my voice breaking the unearthly stillness as I dumped my bag. No response. Panic rapidly constricted my chest as I tore through the rooms. The bed was empty, covers flung haphazardly aside. Casey's treasured stuffed elephant lay discarded on the floor, staring up at me almost accusingly. I frantically punched in Taylor's number with trembling hands. "He's gone," I stammered when she picked up, barely holding it together. "Casey's gone." To her credit, Taylor remained calm as I spiraled, grounding me long enough to organize a search party to comb the neighborhood and alert the authorities. Within the hour, concerned neighbors and friends fanned out, calling Casey's name into the inky blackness between street lamps while cop cruisers prowled the vicinity. Part of me viciously hoped this was Jamie's doing, that he had taken things to this level to regain leverage over me. Because if not, the alternative, that Casey had reached his breaking point from the chaos and run off alone, was too unbearable to accept. Dawn was breaking before a blessedly familiar voice pierced the fearful hush that had descended. "Over here! I found him!" Angela yelled, cradling a trembling, tear-stained Casey. I ran like a woman possessed, skidding to my knees and enveloping my son in a crushing embrace, fear and relief crashing over me in waves. Thank God he was all right. For a few harrowing hours of frantic darkness, I thought I had lost the anchor of my entire world. Casey mumbled apologies into my shoulder between hitching sobs. I pulled back, gripping his small face in my hands to look him square in the eyes. "Don't you ever scare me like that again, you hear me? I can't lose you, Case." My own tears were flowing freely now, the terror of imagining life without him nearly paralyzing. "I just want this to be over," he cried, voice tiny and impossibly weary for one so young. "Dad's being so mean, and I don't understand why." White-hot fury lanced through me at Jamie, at the emotional wreckage he was leaving with his selfish, underhanded attacks. I crushed Casey to my chest, whispering fierce reassurances that it would be okay, that I would never abandon him to that vile man's clutches. All eyes turned as Taylor strode purposefully towards us, her face carved from granite. She looked down at Casey's crumpled form, then slowly raised her gaze to meet Jamie's, where he hovered on the periphery. A charged silence stretched between them, thick as a bowstring about to snap. Taylor's voice cut through the tension like a whip crack. "Your campaign of terror ends today, Mr. Reynolds. That was the last sickening stunt I will allow." If looks could kill, Jamie would have combusted from the sheer loathing blazing in Taylor's eyes. My own rage roiled at a fever pitch, the instinct to lash out nearly overpowering, until I felt Casey tremble against me, a heart-rending reminder of who needed protecting most. In that moment, I knew any rule hadn't been just bent. It had been obliterated. Taylor was done playing professional niceties with this disgraceful excuse for a human being. All barrels were being unleashed. And though it both terrified and gratified me, I silently vowed to let the mask drop too, and match any brutality if that's what it took to shield my son. For Casey, I would wage mutually assured destruction against Jamie if needed. There would be no more half measures. Either Jamie backed down immediately, or I would mercilessly, remorselessly, grind every last one of his depraved ambitions into dust. In the aftermath of Casey's terrifying disappearance, an uneasy truce settled over the custody battle. Outwardly, at least, because behind the scenes, Taylor had gone nuclear in her determination to finally bury Jamie once and for all. "We're going scorched earth from here on out," she informed me one evening, a feral glint in her eyes. "I've got a new line of attack all lined up to decimate what's left of his case." A hard knot formed in my gut. After the stunt Jamie had pulled with Casey, part of me wanted to hear Taylor's plan, to have her lay out exactly how the killing blow would be delivered to that depraved, egomaniacal monster. But another part, the part that still remembered the guy I had once loved and built a family with, that part felt sick over the prospect of utterly destroying him, no matter how vile his actions had become. What would be left of my own humanity if I went along with Taylor's ambush? Could I go through with it and still look Casey in the eyes? These turbulent thoughts must have shown on my face, because Taylor's expression softened slightly. "Listen, Rowan, I know this is an impossible situation, but he brought this maelstrom upon himself by using Casey as a pawn. You only wanted to protect your child." I rubbed my temples wearily. I know. It's just, I can't help but wonder if there's any shred of decency buried in there, you know? Like, should we be taking the highway instead of going full nuclear? Taylor fixed me with a level stare. "You want my honest opinion?" Jamie disavowed any right to human decency the moment he tried to use his own flesh and blood for financial gain. Her words hung heavily between us, undisguised disgust twisting her features. Suddenly, Taylor pushed a folder across the table towards me. "Which is why I think you need to see this, so there's no room for doubt left." Hesitantly, I thumbed open the file, ice prickling along my spine when I recognized Jamie's looping scrawl detailing an elaborate fraud scheme to siphon money from Casey's trust fund. The pages heavily outlined how he could bypass oversight by attaining sole custody. There were calculations for ensuring maximum payout, notes about manipulating legal loopholes. It was all there in terrifying clarity, leaving no ambiguity to Jamie's depravity. I felt bile rising as the full extent of his betrayal really hit. My head swam with horrifying visions of Casey forever scarred and disillusioned by this monstrous revelation about his dad. A piece of me still loved the man I had once built a life with, had a child with, but that man was gone, devoured by greed and self-interest. There was no redemption to be found, only a vile, grasping husk masquerading as a father. Unshakable resolution overcame me then. No more attempts to understand, to appeal to morality or consciences Jamie clearly did not possess. Taylor was right. He had long forfeited any pretense of humanity with his contemptible actions. Fixing Taylor with a steely look, I slid the file back across the table with a decisive thud. "Do what you have to. Use this to dismember every shred of his false credibility in court. I was a fool for doubting the depths of his villainy." She gave a grim nod, squaring her shoulders as if girding for war. "I knew when I saw this, you'd want to bring out the heavy artillery. We can avoid dragging Casey through the mud. Let me construct an airtight case and present it all in one concentrated legal salvo. He won't know what hit him." "Good. Do it." My tone was resolute, unflinching. Any last traces of sympathy I'd harbored for Jamie had been scourged. The hardened dad inside emerged, fiercely determined to remove this toxic malignancy from our lives forever. After glimpsing the black abyss of his treachery, I knew there was no going halfway against Jamie. For Casey's sake, he had to be rendered a complete, inarguable threat, once and for all. There would be no more hesitation, no flickers of doubt preventing me from safeguarding my family from this virulent scourge of a man at all costs, no matter how sickening the methods required. Mutually assured destruction it would be then. I would match his repugnance tit for tat until the end if that's what it took. There was no line Jamie wouldn't cross, so I would have to be prepared to undercut him at every turn to protect Casey. As the final custody hearing loomed, I found myself yearning for the day when I could finally exhale, freeing us from this nightmare by any means necessary. No price was too high, no tactic too severe to guarantee Casey's well-being would never again be jeopardized by that mercenary, diabolical shell of a man. The tension was thick enough to choke on as we filed into the courthouse for the long-awaited custody hearing. Jamie shot me a withering glare, no doubt still stewing over the damning evidence Taylor had presented. I met his gaze levelly, refusing to show an ounce of fear or hesitation. Not after everything that had transpired. Not after being forced to realize there was no shred of the man I once loved left inside him anymore. Casey clutched my hand tightly as we took our seats, looking up at me with those soulful eyes that still haunted my dreams after his disappearance. I gave his fingers a reassuring squeeze, flashing what I hoped was a confident smile. This had to end today, one way or another. Taylor didn't waste any time once the proceedings commenced. With a curt nod to the court reporter, she strode to the front and began methodically dismantling every pillar of Jamie's case without preamble. Your Honor, we have incontrovertible proof that Mr. Reynolds' sole motivation in pursuing custody is financial gain, which he intended to acquire through fraudulent misappropriation of his child's inheritance. Thick files documenting the fraud scheme were entered into evidence as Taylor laid out the calculated transunion in painstaking detail. With each fresh revelation, color drained from Jamie's face, rendering him more haggard and corpse-like. I felt Casey tense beside me as the sordid realities of his father's ploys were dissected in open court. The shock and pain radiating off of him in waves was a lead anchors around my heart. But I pushed forward, keeping my own expression inscrutable. He needed to see me standing resolute. Whichever way you try to twist it, Mr. Reynolds' own documented intentions show him viewing his child not as a human being to nurture, but as a mere means to an illicit financial windfall, Taylor spat with undisguised contempt. Jamie's lawyer jumped up to object, desperation soaking his sweat-stained collar, but the judge waved him down, fixing Jamie with a look of unadulterated disgust. I've seen all I need to see here today. The evidence of your client's corrupt intentions and utter disregard for his child's well-being is overwhelming. We'd already won, and everyone in that courtroom knew it. But Taylor was relentless, twisting the dagger with an avalanche of corroborating evidence, financial records, testimony from the community about my dedication as a parent, and finally, Casey's own words. Clutching the arms of his chair with trembling hands, he looked at Jamie with an expression that pierced me to my soul. It was one of bottomless sorrow, but also revulsion at the depths of betrayal, of being used as a pawn instead of loved as a child. I want to stay with my mom, Casey stated in a wavering voice. She just wants to protect me. My dad, I don't even know him anymore. Those delicate words lanced through the pall of tension, silencing Jamie's lawyer and all his futile objections. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to sweep Casey up and spirit him away from the debris field that had once been his family. The judge's weary sigh echoed through the courtroom as he delivered his final ruling, awarding sole custody to me in no uncertain terms. I couldn't even savor the relief and victory. My focus could only zero in on Casey, hunched beside me like a broken marionette. Jamie wouldn't go quietly, of course. His voice shredded with anguished rage as the final order was declared. You self-righteous bitch! You've destroyed this family, I hope you... The vicious tirade was cut off by a thundering bang of the judge's gavel. That's enough from you, Mr. Reynolds. The court has issued its final decision, and you will abide by it. Your actions have been utterly reprehensible, and you'll be lucky if more serious charges aren't brought after this disgraceful scheme. And just like that, it was over in an anticlimactic rush. Jamie slumped back in his seat, mouth still moving in silent curses. I couldn't even work up the effort to feel smug or victorious, only a bone-deep wariness. Beside me, Casey was trembling, shoulders shaking with silent tears. Without a word, I pulled him tight against me and just held him while he wept, uncaring of who saw the tattered remains of my family strewn about the courtroom. In that moment, I felt only profound relief that we had survived Jamie's poisonous reign, his cancerous influence now finally excised from our lives forever. Finally, I could begin trying to mend the priceless bond he'd taken a sledgehammer to. As for what lay next, I didn't have the faintest clue. All I knew was that we were free. In the days following the custody ruling, an uneasy quiet settled over our household. Jamie was finally out of our lives for good, but there were still tremors from the seismic disruption his malice had caused. Casey withdrew into himself, haunted by the harsh truth that had come to light about his father. The disillusionment was so palpable, it hung over him like a weighted blanket. I ached to see that bright, vibrant spark extinguished from his eyes. We treaded lightly in those initial weeks, both still processing the emotional trauma only now given space to breathe. There was relief, yes, but also a profound emptiness where the turmoil had previously existed. Jamie, predictably, didn't go quietly into that good night. Threats of appeals and even more vicious personal attacks came raining down from his side. But they rang hollow after the final court smackdown, desperate gasps of a dying man. Instead, it was Taylor who broke the fragile peace with some surprising news. The DA's office is strongly considering criminal fraud charges against your ex for the custody scheme, she informed me one afternoon over coffee. I nearly dropped my mug, staring at her in shock. Part of me had been so focused on winning the custody battle that I failed to consider any further legal ramifications for Jamie. Seeing my alarm, Taylor held up a placating hand. I know, it's a cannonball out of nowhere, but the evidence we presented opened up a whole Pandora's box of financial crimes and very likely jail time for your ex. My head spun. The idea of Jamie potentially being imprisoned was almost too staggering to contemplate, not after being immersed in his toxicity for so long. I don't know what to say, I stammered out finally. Does Casey need to be involved at all? He's already been put through so much because of that bastard. A grim look crossed Taylor's face. Unfortunately, yes, they'll likely want his testimony if charges are filed. The DA will try to minimize things, but Jamie's schemes directly involved Casey as a victim too. White-hot rage flashed through me at the thought of subjecting my son to any more torment related to Jamie's sociopathic actions. He'd already been through enough destructive turmoil, forced to face shattering revelations about his own parent. At the same time, a tiny, vindictive part of me murmured that it was only right for Jamie to face the highest accountability possible for his sickening crimes against his own family. Days later, the call came that charges were indeed moving forward against Jamie for fraud, embezzlement, and a slew of other financial improprieties related to the custody case. The DA's office wanted to meet with Casey to gently explain the situation and how his involvement would proceed. I considered denying them, taking the Salem head-in-the-sand approach to shield my son, but Casey, bless his brave heart, made the choice for me. I want to do it, he stated with a quiet fortitude that both inspired and broke my heart. Dad has to finally face everything he did the right way. So we went, stomaching the legalese explanations and the process staging for Casey to recount some of the turmoil and fear Jamie's skullduggery had woven into our lives. And through it all, Casey held firm, unflinching in his resolve to hold his father to account. That strength, that resilience in the face of such profound injustice and betrayal, it was almost transcendent to witness. This child, my child, who had been so fragile and wounded, was somehow now the pillar upholding us both. When it finally came for the prosecution to request an in-person meeting with Jamie, I feared Casey may falter, shrinking from the impending confrontation with the man who had tormented our family. Instead, he stunned us all by looking the prosecutor dead in the eye and saying, "I want to be there when you talk to him. He needs to see the consequences for how he treated us." On the day itself, I was a wreck waiting outside the cold, sterile conference room. But Casey remained stoic, tome and focused as the prosecutor and I watched through the two-way mirror. Jamie was momentarily jolted from his usual bravado when faced with Casey's unflinching presence. Maybe it was a fleeting glimpse of recognition for the damage his selfish actions had wrought. "Case, son, please. You have to understand. I did what I had to for this family," he pled, the words sounding hollow even to my ears. But Casey was unswayed, leveling his father with a maturity and composure that surely withered whatever shred of soul Jamie had left. "No, Dad," he said evenly, "this was only about you and your greed, not the family." That simple truth, delivered without malice or anger, seemed to deflate Jamie like a popped balloon. Instead of belligerent rage or indignant sputtering, he simply lowered his head in something akin to shame. As the investigators began walking Jamie out in cuffs, he turned to Casey one final time, agony scoring his features. "How?" he started brokenly. "How can you ever forgive me?" For several beats, the weight of that leaden question hovered between father and son, a valley too wide to cross. Finally, Casey spoke in a voice infinitely sad but resolved. "I don't know if I can yet, but maybe one day if you finally face what you've done." And with that, the broken shadow of Jamie Reynolds was led away, Casey watching impassively. He disappeared from view. With Jamie's poisonous presence finally excised, a startling calm descended over our lives. Like the fragile quiet after a Category 5 hurricane has finally blown itself out to sea. Casey and I tread carefully those first few weeks, still adjusting to the lack of chaos, of not having to brace for Jamie's next despicable maneuver. Our guards were perpetually up, nerves taut as high wires anticipating the other shoe to drop. But gradually that wariness melted away into something resembling peace. An alien concept, after being embroiled in such psychological warfare for so long. Of course, some scars don't simply disappear overnight. I caught Casey staring off wistfully at times, no doubt wrestling with the shattering disillusionment about his father's true nature. My heart broke watching those village clouds pass over his eyes. But he was resilient, certainly more so than his battered mother. With Jamie neutralized, it was Casey who helped me to shake off the suffocating miasma of fear and embark on the road to healing. With my hostage salary no longer being pillaged by legal fees, I was finally able to pursue a little dream, opening up my own small bakery in our quaint downtown neighborhood. The community rallied around in full force, with a crowdfunding campaign ensuring I could get the space up and running. I'll never forget the look of pride glowing from Casey when he cut the ceremonial opening ribbon. A moment of pure, uncomplicated joy, the first of many to counterbalance the anguish we had endured. Over the first few months, the bakery became a sanctuary not just for my entrepreneurial spirit, but for Casey too. He befriended the elderly couple who owned the bookstore next door, spending hours with them listening to colorful tales and learning comforting new recipes. I remember poking my head in one lazy Saturday afternoon to find Casey sitting on Mrs. Langley's floral sofa, chirping away as she patiently showed him how to knit. The simple peace of that moment will forever be seared into my soul. Mr. Langley, bless his wit, caught my eye as I watched Casey's lesson. He gave me an exaggerated wink before mock whispering, "Should have known that boy would take to the domestic arts like a duck to water with you as his mama." My cheeks flushed at the tender scene, so overwhelmed that I could only muster a watery smile and murmur, "Better him than me, that's for sure." As the bakery grew into a beloved local hotspot, our new normal took root and blossomed. Without the specter of Jamie's toxicity poisoning our days, I was able to cherish each milestone and disorder from Casey. His first student council election, where he gave an impassioned speech about protecting the little guys. The drama club production of Our Town, where he stole every heart in the audience with his earnest portrayal of the stage manager. Even just the quieter, cherished moments, like him presenting me with a hand-knit scarf one chilly December evening, slightly misshapen and lopsided as all guided love, but perfect in its imperfections. With each new memory minted, another metaphorical tile was laid, forming the rock-solid foundation our future world be built upon. One strengthened by our shared triumphs over adversity, by the powerful lodestar of our familial love fortified through the crucible. When the cooking classes and baking demonstrations I hosted at the shop started generating some local media buzz, part of me felt a flicker of petty satisfaction. Not just at proving the self-sustaining life I'd built despite Jamie's vile machinations, but at glimpsing how deliciously it must have stung his ego. Still, I never reveled in that gratification for long, merely acknowledged it brusquely before turning my focus to what mattered most, savoring our hard-earned serenity while planting the seeds for future joys. Because in the end, watching Casey gradually blossom into a resilient, kind-hearted young man was the finest validation I would ever need. With each assured step he took, it repudiated Jamie's sneering assertion that I was unfit to parent. We had risen, tempered by fire instead of broken by it. Our bond, our family unit of two, inevitably became stronger through the grueling test of perseverance. And the sacrifices, the suffering, it all dissolved into an insignificant abyss, eclipsed by the radiant light of our legacy persevering. As midnight inevitably fell on Casey's high school graduation night, we stood in the warmly lit kitchen amid confetti and celebratory chaos. He wrapped me in a tight, lingering hug, whispering, "Thank you for never giving up on me, on us. I know the road wasn't easy, but we made it through, together." Tears of profound pride and love blurred my vision, reducing the chiseled young man before me into the bright-eyed little boy I had fought tooth and nail to protect from harm. Voice choked with emotion, I whispered back the words that encompassed my entire universe. "That's all that will ever matter, Casey. You and me withstanding any onslaught as long as we have each other. Nothing and no one will ever make me forsake that, I promise."
The first sign something was wrong came 3 days after I lost the baby. I was still bleeding, curled up on our bed, when I heard my husband Kyle's footsteps pacing downstairs. Not coming up to check on me, just pacing. My name is Natasha, and this is the story of how I destroyed the two men I trusted most in the world. They deserved every second of it. "I need to clear my head," Kyle announced that evening, standing in our bedroom doorway with a duffel bag already packed. He wouldn't meet my eyes. "Just for a few days?" I pushed myself up against the headboard, ignoring the cramping pain. "Clear your head? I just lost our child." "That's exactly why." He shifted his weight, checking his phone. It's too much. I can't think straight here." The bedroom door creaked open wider as my brother Aidan appeared behind Kyle, carrying his own backpack. My stomach dropped. "You're going with him?" "Sis, you're being dramatic," Aidan said, rolling his eyes. "Kyle needs this. You both do. Some space will help." I stared at them both, my military husband and my baby brother, standing there like two teenagers planning a spring break trip. The absurdity of it made me laugh, which seemed to unnerve them. "Where are you going?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. "Vegas," Kyle muttered. "Just a few days to decompress." "Vegas," I repeated the word. "With what money?" Kyle wouldn't meet my eyes again. "I had to dip into the emergency fund. I'll pay it back." The emergency fund we'd built together over 5 years of marriage. The fund that had just covered my hospital bills 3 days ago, when I hemorrhaged in our bathroom and Kyle was too busy to drive me. "You're taking our savings? To Vegas?" My voice cracked. "Now?" "Jesus, Nat, stop making him feel guilty," Aidan snapped. "It's not like you need the money anymore anyway." The room went silent. Even Kyle winced. "I didn't mean," Aidan started. "Get out." The words came out soft, controlled. "Both of you, get out of my sight." They shuffled awkwardly, Kyle mumbling something about calling when they landed. I watched them leave, listened to their footsteps on the stairs, heard the front door open and close. Only then did I let myself move. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, hands shaking as I scrolled through my contacts. Found the number I needed. The line rang twice before a clipped voice answered. Commander Hayes speaking. I took a deep breath, smiled, even though no one could see it. "Yes, Commander Hayes. I have some information you should hear about one of your officers." "Who is this?" "I'm Kyle Harding's wife, and I think you should know he just went AWOL with 15,000 of military family support funds." There was a pause on the line. "Mrs. Harding, that's a serious accusation." "Oh, I know." I leaned back against the headboard, touching my still tender abdomen. "And I have proof. Bank statements, text messages, everything. Would you like me to email them to you?" Another pause. Yes, I would. I hung up and opened my laptop, started gathering evidence, documents, screenshots. My hands weren't shaking anymore. The pain was still there, would always be there, but something else was rising to take its place. Something cold and clear and focused. My phone buzzed with a text from my best friend Bonnie. "Kyle just posted a boarding pass pic on Instagram. You okay? I typed back, No, but I will be. Can you help me with something? Anything, came the immediate reply. I smiled again, this time with teeth. They thought they could leave me here, bleeding and alone, while they ran off to clear their heads with our savings. They thought I would just take it, like I'd taken everything else. They were wrong. My brother always said I was too dramatic, too emotional. Kyle claimed I overthought everything, but they never realized that meant I noticed everything too. Every lie, every betrayal, every small cruelty they thought I'd forget. I didn't forget. I took notes. And now, while they played high rollers with my emergency fund, I was going to teach them exactly what happens when you abandon someone with nothing left to lose. I opened a new document and started typing. Dear Commander Hayes, as discussed, here is the documentation regarding unauthorized absence and misappropriation of funds. Sometimes the best revenge isn't served cold. Sometimes it's served one meticulous, carefully planned detail at a time. Bonnie arrived the next morning with coffee and her laptop. She found me at the dining room table, surrounded by papers and sticky notes. You look better, she said, setting down the coffee. Amazing what rage can do for your complexion. I pushed a stack of bank statements toward her. Look at these transactions from last week. She scanned the papers, frowning. These withdrawals, they're from the military family support account. Kyle's been skimming from it for months, small amounts at first, then bigger ones. I pointed to the latest withdrawal. Until this lovely Vegas getaway. That's fraud, Bonnie said, eyes widening. Like, serious fraud. I know, and I have a friend who'd love to hear all about it. I pulled up my phone, showing her the text exchange with Teresa, Kyle's sister. His own sister is helping you? Bonnie asked. Teresa's a nurse at the base hospital. She's seen too many military wives abandoned after miscarriages. Plus, I smiled grimly, she's always hated how Kyle treated me. My phone rang. My mother's name flashed on the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Maureen still pushing you to get over it? Bonnie asked. Yesterday, she suggested the stress of my job caused the miscarriage. I took a long sip of coffee. Apparently, I should have been more mindful of my condition. Jesus Christ, Bonnie grabbed my hand. You know that's not... I know. I squeezed her hand back. But right now, I need to focus. My phone buzzed with a text from Teresa. Got the documentation you sent. Command is already asking questions. Kyle's CO wants a meeting tomorrow. Perfect, I murmured. Bonnie was scrolling through her phone. Speaking of perfect, you might want to see this. She handed me her phone. It showed a blurry Instagram photo. Kyle in what looked like a casino, his arm around a blonde woman in a red dress. The timestamp was from last night. Who is she? Bonnie asked. I don't know. Yet. I saved the photo. But I bet Teresa can find out. My phone rang again. This time it was Aiden. I answered on speaker. What do you want? Hey, sis, his voice was slurred. Just checking in, making sure you're okay. At 10 in the morning? How thoughtful. Don't be like that, he hiccuped. Kyle's really torn up about everything. Is that why he's taking selfies with blondes? Silence on the line. Then, you're spying on us? It's not spying when it's public Instagram, little brother. I kept my voice sweet. By the way, how did you get the time off work so quickly? I thought your company had strict leave policies. More silence. Then shuffling sounds, like he was moving somewhere private. Look, he whispered, I may have claimed some hardship leave. Family emergency kind of thing. Oh, what emergency? I might have mentioned your situation. My hand tightened around the phone. You used my miscarriage to get vacation time? Nat, don't. I hung up. turned to Bonnie, who was watching me with concern. I need you to do something for me, I said. Remember your friend Rachel, the employment lawyer? Bonnie nodded slowly. Want me to give her a call? Please, I have some questions about fraudulent leave claims and company liability. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Teresa. Found her. Her name's Yvette. She works at the base commissary. Want her details? Yes, I typed back. Then to Bonnie. We're going to need more coffee. We spent the next few hours building what Bonnie called my revenge spreadsheet. Every transaction, every text, every lie carefully documented and categorized. The military fraud in one column, Aiden's company deception in another. A third column for the growing list of witnesses and allies. Around noon, my mother called again. Natasha, this has to stop, she said when I finally answered. Your brother just called me crying. What are you doing? Nothing they haven't earned. They're just boys being boys. You need to stop wallowing and... Mum, I cut her off. Remember when Dad died? How you said the worst pain was feeling helpless? Yes, but... I'm not helpless anymore. And I'm not wallowing. I'm working. I hung up as Bonnie's phone chimed. She read the message and looked up at me, eyes wide. Rachel can meet us tomorrow. She says if everything you've shown me is true, we have enough for multiple complaints. Military, corporate, maybe even criminal. I nodded, adding another note to my spreadsheet. Good, because I'm just getting started. My phone lit up with another text from Teresa. Command meeting scheduled for Oros 900 tomorrow. Kyle doesn't know yet. Want me to record it? I smiled, thinking of Kyle and Aiden probably still at the blackjack tables, having no idea what was coming. Yes, I typed back. Record everything. Teresa met me at a coffee shop off base, her nurse's scrubs wrinkled from a long shift. She slid a manila envelope across the table before even sitting down. It's worse than we thought, she said, glancing around before leaning in. Kyle's been AWOL for 3 days now. No approved leave, no emergency contact. I opened the envelope, finding printed emails and military documents. He told me he had leave approved. He lied, and that's not all. Teresa pulled out her phone, showing me a text thread. Yvette's been bragging to her friends about dating an officer. Turns out she's Commander Hayes' sister. His commanding officer's sister? I almost laughed. That's actually perfect. There's more. Teresa's voice dropped lower. I did some digging in the medical records. Don't ask how. Kyle listed Yvette as his emergency contact 2 months ago. Before I lost the baby, I finished flatly. So, he was cheating even then. My phone buzzed. A text from Bonnie. You need to see this now. Attached was a screenshot from Aiden's girlfriend Paige's Instagram story. A selfie in front of the Bellagio fountains with the caption, "Can't believe you flew me out here last minute. Chivalry High Roller Prince," on the company card. Your brother's girlfriend is there too? Teresa asked, reading over my shoulder. Apparently. I forwarded the post to Rachel, our lawyer. And she just proved he's using company money to fund it. Teresa's phone chimed. She checked it and smiled grimly. Command's preparing the paperwork now. Kyle's officially listed as unauthorized absence. They're freezing his accounts. Good. I pulled out my laptop, because I have something for them too. I opened the dossier I'd been building. Bank statements showing suspicious transfers, screenshots of Kyle's messages about dodging duty, dates of unauthorized absences, cross-referenced with casino check-ins. Send it anonymously, Teresa advised. Through me. It'll have more impact coming from inside the base. As we worked, my phone kept buzzing. Messages from my mother. Natasha, please call me. Your brother is worried sick. This isn't like you. Think about what your father would say. I ignored them all. Done, Teresa announced, closing her laptop. Command will have everything by morning. She hesitated. Are you sure about this? Once it starts, I'm sure. I showed her my phone's background, the last ultrasound picture, taken just days before everything went wrong. They left me bleeding in an emergency room to go gambling. They used my loss as their excuse to party. They deserve everything coming. My phone rang. Aiden's girlfriend, Paige. "Hello? Natasha?" Paige's voice was slurred, casino noise in the background. I think I messed up." "What's wrong?" "Aiden's being weird. He keeps making calls, talking about company accounts and transfers. He said something about your dad's old business, LLC. I sat up straighter. "What about it?" "He said he's been using it for, I don't know, tax stuff, moving money around." She hiccuped. "He's really drunk and scared about something. Says people are asking questions." "What people?" "His boss called and some lawyer." Another hiccup. "He said it's your fault, that you're trying to ruin him." "Are you?" I thought about all the times I'd covered for Aiden growing up, all the lies I told our parents to protect him, all the money I'd lent him that he never repaid. "Yes," I said simply. "I am." Paige was quiet for a moment. Then, "Good. He's been lying to me too, about everything." After I hung up, Teresa was watching me carefully. "Your brother's been embezzling? Using our dad's old LLC as a shell company. I've known for months, but never said anything." I pulled up another file on my laptop. "Until now." "What are you going to do?" I started typing an email to Aiden's company's HR department, attaching documentation of his fraud. I'm going to remind him that Big Sister sees everything. My phone buzzed one final time that night. A text from an unknown number. "This is Yvette, Kyle's girlfriend. We need to talk." I showed Teresa the message. She raised an eyebrow. "What are you going to say?" I thought about Kyle pacing downstairs while I bled, about Aiden calling me dramatic, about all the nights I'd cried alone while my husband was apparently with this woman. "Nothing yet," I replied, saving the number. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. I closed my laptop and looked at Teresa. "Want to help me freeze all the joint accounts before they try to run?" She smiled, pulling out her phone. "I thought you'd never ask." The first call came at 6 a.m. Kyle's voice was eerily calm. "What did you do?" I took a sip of coffee, letting the silence stretch. "You'll have to be more specific." "Commands threatening court-martial. My accounts are frozen. Even my credit cards are blocked." "Sounds serious," I said. "Maybe you shouldn't have gone AWOL with military funds." "Did you report me?" His calm cracked slightly. "After everything we've been through?" "Everything we've been through?" I laughed, surprising myself with how cold it sounded. "You mean like when you left me in the ER? Or when you used our dead baby as an excuse to run off with your girlfriend?" Silence on the line. Then, "How did you know about Yvette?" "I know everything, Kyle. I always did. I just finally stopped pretending I didn't." He started to say something else, but I hung up. My hands were shaking, but not from fear. The second call came from my mother. "Aiden's being investigated at work," she said without preamble. "He could go to jail, Natasha. Jail. Is that what you want?" "What I want?" I stood up, pacing my kitchen. "What I want is a family that didn't abandon me when I needed them most. What I want is a brother who didn't use my miscarriage for a free vacation. What I want—" "Stop being so selfish," she snapped. "This will ruin the family." "The family was already ruined," I said quietly. "You just didn't notice because I was the only one bleeding." The doorbell rang as I hung up. It was Bonnie, holding a thick manila envelope. "Divorce papers," she said, handing them over. "But you're going to want to read who filed them." I opened the envelope. The petitioner's name made me freeze. Yvette Hayes. "She's married to him?" Bonnie asked. "No." I flipped through the papers. These aren't divorce papers. They're a petition for financial support. She's pregnant. The room spun slightly. Bonnie grabbed my arm, leading me to the couch. That son of a bitch, she whispered. While I was losing our baby, he was making one with someone else. I looked at the date on the papers. She's 3 months along. He knew when I was in the hospital. My phone buzzed with a text from Teresa. Command hearing in progress. Kyle's here. Want me to patch you in? I typed back, yes, record everything. Bonnie set up my laptop while I connected to Teresa's video call. The screen showed a conference room where Kyle stood at attention before Commander Hayes and 2 other officers. Lieutenant Harding, Hayes was saying, can you explain these unauthorized withdrawals from the family support account? Sir, I can explain. Can you also explain your unauthorized absence, your failure to report, the misuse of military resources? Kyle's posture stiffened. Sir, I was dealing with a family emergency. You mean my sister's pregnancy? Hayes's voice could have frozen hell. Or your wife's miscarriage that you abandoned. The colour drained from Kyle's face. I watched him crumble in real time as Hayes laid out every piece of evidence, every violation, every lie. By the end, Kyle was practically swaying on his feet. Your conduct is unbecoming of an officer, Hayes concluded. You're suspended pending investigation. Surrender your credentials on your way out. As Kyle turned to leave, Hayes added, and, Lieutenant, stay away from my sister. I disconnected the call just as my phone rang again. Aiden. They're going to fire me, he said without greeting. They know about Dad's LLC, the fake expense reports, everything. How did they find out? Maybe Paige's Instagram posts about your company-funded Vegas trip weren't as subtle as you thought. This isn't funny, he was crying now. I could go to prison. Should have thought about that before using my miscarriage as your cover story. I'm your brother. No, I said softly. Brothers don't do what you did. Brothers protect their sisters. You chose Kyle over me. Now you can share his consequences. I hung up and turned to Bonnie, who was still reading through Yvette's papers. What now? She asked. My phone buzzed with an email notification. The military spouse support forum I'd contacted wanted to interview me about abandoned wives and accountability in the ranks. Now, I said, opening my laptop, we make sure everyone knows exactly what happens when they think they can get away with anything. They'll call you vindictive, Bonnie warned. Say you went too far. I thought about the ultrasound picture still in my wallet, about bleeding alone in an emergency room, about Kyle making a new family while ours died, about Aiden using my pain for a vacation. Good, I said, starting to type. Let them. The military spouse forums exploded overnight. Teresa had helped me post anonymously, sharing screenshots of Kyle's infractions, his abandonment, and his affair with Yvette. Within hours, it spread to other bases, other forums, other commands. They're calling it the Vegas deserter story, Teresa told me over the phone. Command is furious. This kind of publicity... Good, I said, scrolling through the comments. Let them see what happens when they ignore men like Kyle. My doorbell rang. I opened it to find Yvette standing there, mascara streaked down her face. You ruined everything, she said, pushing past me into the house. Kyle's career, our future, your future. I closed the door calmly. You mean the one you built while I was losing my baby? She flinched. I didn't know about that. Not at first. When did you know? The night he got the call. She sank onto my couch. He was with me when you went to the ER. He said he couldn't deal with it, needed space. So you gave him space in your bed? He said you were smothering him. She stood up again, pacing. That you were too emotional, too needy. I was pregnant, the words exploded out of me. With his child. And now what? You think you'll do better? Her hand went to her stomach protectively. I already am. 3 months and everything's perfect. My phone buzzed. A text from Commander Hayes. Just saw the forums. This ends now. Kyle's facing dishonourable discharge. I showed Yvette the message. Looks like your perfect future just got complicated. She started to respond when both our phones chimed with notifications. Someone had leaked Kyle's personnel file to the base's social media groups. Every infraction, every lie, every misused fund laid bare. Teresa? I texted quickly. Not me, she replied. Command did it. They're making an example of him. Yvette was reading the posts, her face getting paler. He said he had permission for the money, that it was his right. He lied, I said simply. That's what Kyle does. He lies and runs and leaves others to bleed. My phone rang. Aiden again. They fired me, he choked out. And Paige told them everything about the LLC scam, about using Dad's name. Karma's interesting, isn't it? This isn't karma, he shouted. This is you, my own sister. My own brother, I countered. Who used my pain for a Vegas trip? How's that working out? He hung up. Moments later, my mother called. Aiden's at my house crying, she said. He says you destroyed his life. No, Mom. He destroyed his own life. I just made sure everyone saw him do it. And Kyle? His career? Was that necessary? I looked at Yvette, still scrolling through the devastating posts. Ask his pregnant girlfriend. She's sitting on my couch right now. Silence. Then, his what? Goodbye, Mom. Yvette was gathering her purse, heading for the door. This isn't over. Actually, it is. I opened the door for her. Kyle's finished. Your brother made sure of that. And you're just collateral damage in Kyle's pattern of destruction. Good luck with that baby. Hope he sticks around longer than he did for mine. After she left, I called Bonnie. It's done, I said. Kyle's career is over. Aiden's fired. The truth is everywhere. How do you feel? I touched my stomach, remembering. Empty, but clearer. My phone buzzed with another text from Teresa. Kyle just tried to access the last joint account, the one you froze yesterday. I smiled. Let me guess. He needs escape money? Bingo. He's desperate. Command's considering criminal charges for the fund misuse. The doorbell rang again. This time it was Aiden, eyes wild and red. You did this, he said, trembling in my doorway. Why the hell would you do this to your own brother? I studied him. My little brother who I'd protected our whole lives, who I'd lied for, covered for, bailed out countless times, who left me bleeding to party with my husband. Because you stopped being my brother the moment you chose Kyle over me. The moment you used my dead baby as your excuse to party. I didn't. Get out, I said quietly. Get out of my house. Get out of my life. Go deal with your consequences. He started to say something else, but I closed the door. Locked it. Leaned against it until I heard his footsteps fade away. My phone chimed one last time that night. A message from Commander Hayes. Justice isn't always pretty, Mrs. Harding, but sometimes it's necessary. Thank you for bringing this to light. Kyle won't hurt anyone else in our ranks again. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my laptop and began typing. To whom it may concern. My name is Natasha, and this is what happens when you abandon someone with nothing left to lose. The memory hit me as I was cleaning out Kyle's closet. Aiden, at 12, hiding behind me as our father raged about a broken window. It was me, I'd said, stepping in front of my brother. I did it. The slap had stung, but Aiden's whispered, "Thanks, sis," had made it worth it. My phone buzzed, yanking me back to the present. Kyle. Please, he sobbed, not even saying hello. They're pressing charges, criminal charges. I can't. I need help. Like I needed help in the ER? That's not fair. Fair? I pulled one of his uniforms from the closet. Was it fair when you were with a vet while I was losing our baby? When you took our savings to Vegas? When you made my brother choose between us? I made mistakes, he whispered. Horrible mistakes. But you've destroyed everything. No, Kyle, you destroyed everything. I just made sure everyone saw the ruins. I hung up as Bonnie let herself in with her spare key. She found me surrounded by Kyle's uniforms. What are you doing? Spring cleaning. I tossed another uniform into the pile. Want to help me burn these? She picked up a medal. You sure about this? My phone buzzed with a text from Aiden. Remember when you covered for me after Dad's car got dented? You said that's what sisters do. What changed? Everything changed, I muttered, showing Bonnie the text. You protected him a lot, didn't you? I nodded, another memory surfacing. 16-year-old Aiden, drunk at prom. Me, picking him up at 2 a.m., telling our parents he was staying at a friend's. Every time, I said. Every single time he needed me, I was there. And when you needed him? My phone rang. My mother. Aiden's being investigated for fraud, she said. They're looking at Dad's old business records. Good. Good? He's your brother. Was my brother, I corrected. The brother I protected died the moment he chose Vegas over me. You were always so dramatic, she sighed, always taking things too personally. Like my miscarriage? My voice cracked. Was that too personal, Mum? Silence. You know what I remember? I continued. When I called you from the hospital, know what you said? These things happen. Like I'd lost a phone, not a baby. Natasha, and when Kyle and Aiden left, you told me to stop wallowing, to think of them. Well, I did think of them. I thought of every lie, every betrayal, every time they took advantage of my protection. Bonnie touched my arm, concerned, but I couldn't stop. So, yes, Mum, Aiden's being investigated. Kyle's facing charges. Their lives are falling apart and I'm not protecting them anymore. I hung up as Teresa called. Kyle just tried to access his military email, she said. They've revoked all his credentials. He's officially suspended pending court-martial. How's Yvette taking it? She's not. Left base yesterday? Apparently she's reconsidering her options. My phone buzzed with another text from Aiden. They're questioning Paige about the company cards. She's telling them everything. Please, sis, make it stop. I showed Bonnie the text. She raised an eyebrow. Will you? No. I picked up Kyle's dress uniform. Want to help me with something? We carried the uniforms to the backyard fire pit. As we laid them out, my phone rang again. Kyle. Yvette left, he said, voice hollow. She's talking about terminating. Says she can't handle the scandal. I thought about our baby, the one we'd lost, the one he'd abandoned. Karma's funny that way, I said and hung up. Bonnie handed me the lighter. You sure about this? I struck the flame, watching it dance. They thought I was dramatic, emotional, too intense. I touched the flame to the first uniform. They never realised those qualities make for excellent revenge. As the uniforms burned, my phone lit up with texts. From Mum. Please stop this. From Aiden. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. From Kyle. I love you. I always loved you. I turned off my phone and watched the flames rise. You know what the worst part is, I told Bonnie. I would have forgiven them if they'd just stayed, if they'd just chosen me once. She hugged me as the uniforms turned to ash. Their loss. Yes, I said, thinking of all the times I'd protected them, defended them, loved them despite everything. Their loss entirely. The flames rose higher, consuming the last pieces of my old life, my old loyalties. In their light, I finally felt warm again. The military advocacy blog interview went viral within hours. When the uniform becomes a shield, a military wife's story of abandonment and justice spread across social media like wildfire. "They're calling you a hero," Bonnie said, reading the comments. "Other wives are coming forward with similar stories." I was packing Kyle's remaining things into boxes when Teresa called. "It's official," she said. "Dishonourable discharge. Command made the announcement this morning." "How's he taking it?" "Not well. He tried to blame Yvette, said she manipulated him. She responded by sending Command their entire text history." My phone buzzed with another call. Commander Hayes. "Mrs. Harding," he said when I answered. "I owe you an apology. We should have taken action sooner." "Yes, you should have. We're implementing new protocols, support systems for military spouses, stricter oversight of family funds." He paused. "Your story, it's changing things." After I hung up, Bonnie showed me a news alert. "Tech firm faces investigation following whistleblower reports." Aiden's company photo was featured prominently. "He's going to lose everything," my mother said, walking into my house uninvited. "Both of them are. Are you happy now?" I continued packing boxes. "You still don't get it, do you?" "Get what? That you're destroying our family? That they destroyed it first." I turned to face her. "Where were you when I was in the hospital, when I needed my mother?" I didn't know how to help." "No, you didn't. Because helping meant acknowledging something was wrong. That your precious son and his best friend were monsters." My phone buzzed. A text from Paige. "Aiden's being charged with fraud. I'm testifying against him. I'm sorry it took me so long to see who he really was." I showed my mother the text. "See? Even his girlfriend figured it out." "He's still your brother." "No," I said quietly. "He stopped being my brother the moment he chose Kyle over me. Just like you stopped being my mother when you chose them over me." She left in tears. I didn't stop her. Teresa called again. "Kyle's trying to sell his story to some tabloids. Playing victim." "Let him try," I said. "I have receipts for everything." My phone lit up with a message from Yvette. "I lost the baby. Natural causes. Karma, I guess. I'm leaving town. You won." I didn't respond. Some victories don't need acknowledgement. Bonnie helped me carry Kyle's boxes to my car. We were taking them to Goodwill when Aiden appeared in my driveway. "They're pressing charges," he said, looking broken. "Federal charges for the LLC fraud." "I know." "Dad's name. They're investigating everything connected to his business. You should have thought about that before using our dead father's company for your Vegas fund." He stepped closer, desperate. "Remember when we were kids? How you always protected me?" "I remember everything," I said. "Every lie I told for you. Every time I covered your mistakes. Every moment I put you first." I opened my car door. That's how I knew exactly where to strike. "Please," he whispered, "I'm your little brother." "No," I said, getting in the car. "You're just another man who thought he could hurt me without consequences." As we drove away, Bonnie asked, "Do you ever regret it? Going nuclear?" I thought about the ultrasound picture, still in my wallet. About the hospital room, the bleeding, the loneliness. "They thought I was too emotional," I said. "Too dramatic. Too much. They never realized those qualities made me dangerous." My phone rang one last time that day. "Kyle, I'm leaving town," he said, "moving back home to my parents. I just wanted you to know. Goodbye, Kyle." "That's it? After everything you did," I corrected. "This isn't a love story, Kyle. It's a revenge story. And you're not the hero. I hung up as we pulled into Goodwill. Bonnie helped me unload the boxes, his uniforms, his medals, his life reduced to donations. "What now?" she asked as my phone buzzed with another notification. The Military Spouse Forum wanted me to speak at their next support group meeting. "Now," I said, "I help other women find their power, their voice." I smiled. "Their revenge, if necessary." We drove home in silence, but it wasn't the heavy silence of grief anymore. It was the quiet of aftermath, of justice served, of peace finally found in the wreckage. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just serving justice, it's surviving to tell the story. The realtor handed me the keys to my new house with a smile. "It needs some work, but the bones are good." I looked at the small fixer-upper on the outskirts of town. My fresh start. Far from the base, far from memories, far from them. "Perfect," I said, taking the keys. Bonnie pulled up with the first load of boxes as my phone rang. "Teresa." "Kyle's gone," she said. "Left for his parents' place this morning. But that's not why I'm calling." "Oh, Command's implementing those new protocols we discussed. They want you to consult, help build better support systems for military spouses." I smiled, unlocking my new front door. "Send me the details." Bonnie followed me inside with a box. "How does it feel?" "Like freedom." My phone buzzed with a text from Paige. "Aiden took a plea deal. 5 years probation, full restitution. He's moving back in with your mum." "Good," I said, showing Bonnie. "Let him feel what dependence really means." A letter arrived as we were unpacking, handwritten from Teresa. "Dear Natasha, we can't pick our family, but sometimes we still get to choose who to protect. You protected others by exposing Kyle. You protected yourself by standing up. I'm proud to call you my sister, not by blood, but by choice. Love, Teresa." I pinned it to my new fridge as Bonnie opened another box. "Oh," she said softly, pulling out the ultrasound picture I'd kept. "Do you want to—" "Keep it," I said. "Some memories deserve to stay, even if they hurt." My phone rang again. My mother. "Aiden's home," she said. "He's different, quiet, scared." "Good. Maybe he'll learn something." "He asks about you. Says he understands now what real consequences feel like." I looked around my new house. Empty walls waiting for new memories, clean floors ready for fresh steps. "Mum," I said, "I'm not coming back. Not to him, not to any of it." "I know." She paused. "I understand now too. Too late, but I understand." After we hung up, Bonnie and I continued unpacking. Each box emptied felt like releasing another piece of the past. "Holy shit," Bonnie said suddenly, staring at her phone. "Your military spouse blog post. It's being turned into a documentary about accountability in the armed forces." I smiled, remembering Commander Hayes' words about changing things. The doorbell rang. A delivery, flowers from the military spouse support group. "Thank you for giving us a voice." As I put them in water, something felt off. I checked my calendar, counted days, then counted again. "Bonnie," I said slowly, "I'm late." She froze. "Like, late. I touched my stomach, feeling something I hadn't felt since before. "I need you to go to the store," I whispered. She returned with 3 pregnancy tests, all positive. "Are you okay?" she asked as I stared at the lines. I thought about Kyle, about Yvette's lost baby, about karma and cycles and new beginnings. "Yes," I said, surprising myself by meaning it. "This time is different. This time I'm stronger." My phone buzzed. An email from the military advocacy group. "Your story has inspired policy changes across 3 bases. When can you start consulting?" I replied one-handed, other hand still on my stomach. Immediately. These changes matter more than ever now. Bonnie hugged me. You're going to be amazing. We're going to be amazing, I corrected. This baby will have the best aunt ever. As the sun set on my first day in the new house, I sat on my porch, watching the neighbourhood quiet down. My phone lit up with one final text from Commander Hayes. Justice comes in many forms. Sometimes it's punishment. Sometimes it's change. Sometimes it's a fresh start. You've achieved all three. Well done, Natasha. I smiled, touching my stomach again. The universe has a strange sense of humour, taking one life while creating another, ending old chapters while writing new ones. This time, I whispered to my barely there baby, we protect each other. No more covering for those who hurt us. No more sacrificing ourselves for others' comfort. Bonnie called from inside. Where do you want these baby books I definitely didn't just order online? I laughed. A real laugh. Maybe my first since everything happened. Sometimes revenge isn't about destroying others. Sometimes it's about rebuilding yourself stronger, smarter, fiercer. Sometimes the best revenge is living well, living true, living free. And sometimes, when you least expect it, life gives you a second chance to do it right. This time, I was ready.
You know we love you, but we just can't afford 2 private tuitions. That was the moment I stopped chewing. Fork halfway to my mouth, frozen. The words were casual, tossed out like a weather report. My mum reached for the bread basket like she hadn't just carved open my chest and spit inside. I looked at my dad. He didn't meet my eyes, just kept sipping his wine, swirling it like he was some Wall Street sommelier, instead of a guy who'd just told his daughter her dreams weren't worth the investment. My name's Annabelle, and that was the night I realised I was on my own. Gage got into Yale, my mum added, smiling like she'd won something. We're going to make it work for him. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was 17. I had a 4.3 GPA, had worked 2 part-time jobs since sophomore year, and had just gotten into Northwestern with a partial scholarship. But Gage had potential. Gage was the golden boy. I pushed my plate away. Community college has great programs, my dad said, finally looking at me. You're practical. You'll make it work. I didn't cry. I didn't argue. I just nodded, stood up, and walked upstairs. That was the last family dinner I ever attended voluntarily. 2 weeks later, I was enrolled at Westfield Community College. I got a job at a dry cleaner during the day and took classes at night. I lived on instant noodles and vending machine coffee. My parents called sometimes, usually to brag about Gage's latest debate win or his networking dinners. I'd listen, say, that's great, and hang up before they could ask how I was doing. They didn't really want to know. I started freelancing, small business consulting, mostly for local shops trying to survive the Amazon era. I'd help them streamline their inventory, set up digital payment systems, rebrand their websites. Word spread. I was good. Better than good. One night, after finishing a logo redesign for a bakery, I checked my email and saw it. A photo attachment from my mum. Subject line, so proud of our boy. I clicked it. Gage, in his cap and gown, standing on the Yale lawn with my parents on either side of him. Champagne flutes raised, grins stretched wide. The kind of photo you frame and hang in the hallway. I wasn't in it. I stared at the screen for a long time, then closed the laptop and went back to scrubbing the bathroom floor. I'd picked up a second job at a gym to cover textbooks. The next morning, I texted Olivia. You still hate your job? She replied in seconds. With the fire of 1,000 suns. I have an idea. We met at a diner off 6th Street. She was in a pencil skirt and heels, makeup flawless, but the circles under her eyes were deep enough to swim in. I'm starting something, I told her. Real consulting, not just side gigs. I've got 3 clients already. I need someone to help me scale. She blinked. You're serious? I'm broke, exhausted, and running on spite. I've never been more serious. She leaned back in the booth, smiling slowly. Let's burn it all down. We started in my apartment. 1 desk, 2 laptops, and a whiteboard we stole from her old office after hours. We called ourselves A&O Strategies. It sounded like a law firm. Clients liked that. I didn't sleep much. I didn't date. I didn't go out. Every dollar went back into the business. Every win felt like a middle finger to the people who thought I'd settle for practical. A year in, we landed our first 6-figure contract with a regional grocery chain. I called my mum that night just to see if she'd ask how I was. She didn't. Gage just got offered a summer internship in DC, she said. He's such a natural leader. I hung up before she finished the sentence. A few months later, I saw Gage's post on LinkedIn. Thrilled to announce my promotion to strategic director at Linton Partners. There was a photo of him in a suit, leaning on a glass railing like he owned the skyline. I stared at it for a while, then clicked on the comments. All congratulations. All fluff. But something didn't sit right. I called Olivia. Can you look into Linton Partners? She called back 20 minutes later. He was let go 3 weeks ago, downsizing. That post is fake. I laughed so hard I nearly spilled my coffee. For the first time in years, I felt something close to peace. I didn't need their approval. I didn't need their money. I was building something they couldn't even see, let alone understand. But I wasn't done. Not yet. They taught me to survive without them. Now they were going to learn what I'd become. Okay, but hear me out, Olivia said, balancing a takeout box on her knee. What if we stop calling it a project and start calling it a firm? I looked up from my laptop, eyes burning from 10 straight hours of spreadsheets. We don't even have an office. She gestured around the cramped apartment. This is an office. It has a desk, a printer, and a CEO who hasn't showered in 3 days. 2, I muttered. She grinned. Progress. We were living off caffeine, adrenaline, and the occasional stolen Wi-Fi from the neighbour's unlocked router. But the work kept coming. Word of mouth was faster than any ad campaign. One coffee shop owner told a florist. The florist told a boutique. The boutique told a yoga studio. Suddenly we were booked out 3 months. Our first real test came with a logistics company in Jersey. They were bleeding money and didn't know why. I spent 3 nights tearing through their books, rewriting their supply chain strategy from scratch. Olivia handled the client meetings, smoothed egos, and translated my bluntness into something resembling diplomacy. When they wired the payment, $45,000, I stared at the screen for a full minute. Is that a typo? I asked. Nope, Olivia said, popping open a bottle of cheap champagne. That's our worth. I didn't cry, but I did sit on the floor and let the bubbles go to my head. We moved into a tiny office downtown. Brick walls, flickering fluorescent lights, and a leaky ceiling, but it was ours. We painted the walls white, bought used furniture off Craigslist and slapped our logo on the door. A&O Strategies. No one needed to know it stood for Annabelle and Olivia. We hired our first intern, a college kid named Marcus who thought we were badass. We paid him in coffee and experience until we could afford more. He didn't complain. One afternoon, while Olivia was out meeting a client, my phone buzzed. Dad. Just checking in. How's your little project going? I stared at the message. Little project. I typed and deleted 5 different replies before settling on. Me. It's going. He didn't respond. Later that night, Olivia came back from her meeting with a smirk. You'll love this, she said. Guess who I ran into? God. To apologise? She laughed. No. Your brother's old friend, Tyler. The one who used to call you boss baby. I rolled my eyes. What does he want? He just got laid off. Said Gage might be next. I paused. Seriously? She nodded. Apparently Gage's promotion was more like a reshuffling. They're trimming the fat. I leaned back in my chair, letting that sink in. Huh! Olivia raised an eyebrow. You okay? Yeah, I said. Just processing. I didn't gloat, not out loud. But inside something shifted. The pedestal they built for him was starting to crack. That weekend, I skipped sleep and built a new proposal for a chain of wellness spas. Olivia reviewed it Monday morning, coffee in hand. This is brilliant, she said. You sure you don't want to sleep first? I'll sleep when we hit 7 figures. She laughed, but I wasn't joking. The next few months were a blur. We landed 3 new clients, doubled our revenue, and finally hired a full-time assistant. I started wearing real blazers instead of hoodies. Olivia made me get business cards. We were still working 12-hour days, but now they came with catered lunches and a cleaning service. I even upgraded from instant noodles to actual groceries. My fridge had vegetables. That felt like success. Then one night, I got tagged in a post. Gage, standing in front of a skyline, captioned, "Grateful for new beginnings. Onward and upward." No company name, no job title. I clicked on the comments, all vague congratulations, no specifics. I texted Olivia. "He's lying again," she replied with a screenshot from a recruiter site. Gage's profile was marked open to work. I stared at it, thumb hovering over the screen. Then I locked my phone and went back to work. That Friday, Olivia and I sat in our office, eating Thai takeout and reviewing quarterly numbers. "We're going to need more people," she said. "Real hires, not just interns." "Ibrahim's coming in next week," I said. "He might be a fit for HR." She nodded. "Good. We're getting too big to wing it." I opened a new spreadsheet. "Let's plan out the hiring funnel." Before we could start, my phone buzzed again. "Mom." "Can we talk? It's about your brother." I stared at the message. Olivia glanced over. "Everything okay?" I showed her the screen. She raised an eyebrow. "You gonna call back?" I shrugged. "Let's finish the funnel first." But I couldn't stop thinking about it. They never called about me. Not when I got my first client, not when I moved into the office, not when I paid off my student loans in full. But now, when their golden boy was slipping. Now they wanted to talk. I didn't know what they'd ask. But I knew one thing for sure. I was ready to answer. The event was called Pitch and Pour, which basically meant overpriced cocktails and a lineup of tech bros trying to sell apps no one needed. Olivia and I went because 2 of our clients were sponsoring it, and networking never hurt, especially when half the room was drunk and bragging. I was halfway through a flat gin and tonic when I heard the voice. "Still the same, huh?" Cheap drinks, loud music, and a desperate crowd. I turned. Jake. Same smug smirk. Same gelled hair. Same tailored blazer that screamed, "I still think I'm 22 and important." "Jake," I said flatly. "Annabelle." He gave me a once-over. "Wow, you look successful." "I am," I smiled. "And you look like you're pivoting." He laughed, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You heard about the app?" "Which one? The one that tracked your friends' moods, or the one that helped you optimize your brunch schedule?" "Funny." He sipped his drink. "We're rebranding. It's a lifestyle platform now." "That sounds like something you say when you're out of money." He blinked, then laughed again. "You always had bite." "I remember that." I didn't respond. Olivia appeared at my side, eyes narrowing. "Everything good here?" she asked. "Peachy," I said. "Jake was just explaining how failure is the new innovation." Jake raised his glass. "To reinvention." We left him standing there and headed toward the stage. A guy in a hoodie was pitching a budgeting app for freelancers. It was terrible, but the crowd clapped anyway. "I hate this place," Olivia muttered. "Same," I said. "Let's make it worth it." During the Q&A, I raised my hand. "Your monetization model assumes a 30% user conversion rate. What data supports that?" The guy stammered. Olivia leaned over. "You're such a menace." 2 investors came up to us afterward. We chatted, exchanged cards, and set up meetings. Jake watched from across the room, his jaw tight. Later, in the Uber, Olivia turned to me. "You know he used to call you delusional behind your back, right?" "I know," I said. "You crushed him tonight." I looked out the window. Didn't feel like anything. The next day, I was back at the office before sunrise. My inbox was overflowing, and Ibrahim was waiting in the lobby with a sack of resumes. We reviewed them over coffee. He was calm, methodical, and sharp, the kind of person who didn't waste words. "I like him," I told Olivia after he left. "Let's bring him on." "Done," she said. "Also, your mum called again." I froze. "She left a voicemail," Olivia added. "I didn't listen." I nodded and pulled out my phone. The message was short. "Hi, sweetheart. Your brother. He's having a hard time. Can we talk?" I played it twice. Her voice sounded tired, not sad, just inconvenienced. I deleted it and went back to work. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Jake's face, the investor's interest, the look in Olivia's eyes when I tore through that pitch. I'd won. Again. But it didn't feel like a win. The next morning, I was in the middle of a Zoom call when my phone buzzed. Mum. Please, lunch, just us. I stared at the message, then typed a reply. Me. Fine. Friday, noon. The bistro. Olivia looked up from her desk. You sure? No, I said. But I'm going. Friday came fast. I wore a navy suit and heels sharp enough to stab. They were already at the table when I arrived. My mum in pearls, my dad in a blazer he'd probably worn to Gage's graduation. Annabelle, my mum said, standing to kiss my cheek. I let her, then sat. The waiter came. We ordered. Small talk. Weather. The traffic. My dad asked if I still lived in that little apartment. I own a condo now, I said. Oh, my mum said, blinking. That's nice. Silence. Then she leaned in. It's Gage. I waited. He's struggling, she said. He lost his job. He's been applying, but nothing's sticking. He's depressed, my dad added. Withdrawn. We're worried. I picked up my water. And? Well, my mum said, we thought maybe you could help. I raised an eyebrow. Put in a good word, she said. Maybe at your company? My fork clinked against the plate. You want me to get him a job? It's just an entry-level position, my dad said. He needs structure, a place to rebuild. I looked at them. The same people who told me to be practical, who funded his Ivy League education and sent me to community college, who never once asked how I was doing when I was working 2 jobs and eating canned soup. I smiled. Sure, I said. I'll see what I can do, my mum exhaled. Thank you, sweetheart. We knew you'd understand. I paid the bill before they could argue. Back at the office, I walked into Olivia's office. Set up an interview, I said. Entry level. No favours. She looked up. For who? My brother. She blinked. Seriously? Yep. She studied my face. You're not doing this out of kindness. Nope. She didn't ask anything else. Just nodded and opened her laptop. As I walked out, I passed Ibrahim in the hallway. Hey, I said. You might be getting a new team member soon. He raised an eyebrow. Should I be worried? I smiled. Not at all. Just keep a close eye. That night, I poured a glass of wine and opened a blank document. I typed out the job offer, and at the bottom, I signed it. Annabelle. Chief Executive Officer. I hit print. Gage showed up 20 minutes late to his interview. Olivia watched him swagger through the glass doors like he owned the place, sunglasses still on, coffee in hand. She didn't say a word, just buzzed Ibrahim's office and let him know the candidate had arrived. I watched everything from the security feed in my office. He didn't recognise Olivia. That was the first red flag. She stood to greet him, hand extended. Hi, I'm Olivia. Thanks for coming in. He barely glanced at her. You the assistant? She blinked. I'm the COO. Oh, he laughed. Right, sorry, never mind. He sat down without being asked. I muted the volume and leaned back in my chair. Olivia was a pro, calm, collected, polite. Gage, on the other hand, leaned back like he was on a date, arms stretched, talking with his hands, interrupting every few seconds. Ibrahim entered 5 minutes later. Gage stood and shook his hand firmer this time, probably assumed the man in the suit was the real decision-maker. They moved into the conference room. I watched the door close, then turned back to my laptop. An hour later, Olivia walked in. Well, she said, your brother's still a jackass. I looked up. Tell me everything. He called me sweetheart twice, said he was overqualified but willing to help us out, asked if we had a golf membership perk. I laughed. What did Ibrahim say? He smiled, took notes, didn't say much. Perfect. She sat down. You really want to hire him? I want to see what happens when he doesn't get special treatment. She raised an eyebrow. You're playing with fire. I'm fireproof. The next day, I sent the offer letter. Entry-level analyst. Salary just above minimum wage. No perks. No title fluff. Real work. Real hours. He accepted within the hour. His first day was Monday. He walked in wearing a designer blazer and no clue what he was walking into. Olivia greeted him again. This time he remembered her title. Looking forward to working with you, he said, trying to sound humble. She handed him a welcome packet and pointed toward Ibrahim's office. Your manager's waiting, he blinked. Oh, I thought I'd be working with someone more senior. You are, she said. Ibrahim's the head of the department. He looked confused but followed instructions. I watched from my office, door shut. I didn't plan to interact. Not yet. By Wednesday, Ibrahim had already sent me 3 flagged emails, missed deadlines, incomplete reports. Gage had asked a junior associate to handle the boring parts of a client brief. I called Olivia in. Keep him on a short leash, I said. He's already tangling it around his neck, she replied. By Friday, he'd submitted a pitch deck with entire paragraphs copied from a competitor's website. Ibrahim walked into my office, closed the door behind him. We have a problem, he said, laying the printed pages on my desk. I scanned them, word for word. Fire him, I said. Ibrahim hesitated. Are you sure? I looked up. Would you be asking if he wasn't my brother? He didn't answer. I sighed. No, don't fire him. Not yet. He raised an eyebrow. Make him fix it. Set a deadline. No help. If he fails, then we let him go. Ibrahim nodded slowly. Understood. That weekend my parents showed up, unannounced. I was at the office, working late, when the receptionist buzzed me. There's a couple here asking for you. They say they're your parents. I stared at the phone. Send them to conference room B. They walked in 10 minutes later. My mum was holding a tin of cookies. My dad looked like he hadn't slept. Annabelle, she said, smiling too wide. We were in the area. I didn't offer them a seat. What do you want? She blinked. Just checking in. How's Gage doing? I crossed my arms. You should ask him. We did, my dad said. He says it's challenging. I said nothing. My mom stepped forward. We're just worried. He's not used to this kind of environment. You mean one where he actually has to work? She flinched. That's not fair. No, I said. What's not fair is watching him coast through life while I clawed my way out of a hole you dug for me. My dad cleared his throat. We didn't come here to argue. Then why are you here? They exchanged a look. Maybe you could mentor him, my mum said. Guide him a little. I laughed loudly. You want me to babysit your grown son? We just want him to succeed, she said. I stared at them. You should have thought about that 10 years ago. They left without saying goodbye. Monday morning, Gage was in early. He looked tired. The deck had been redone. It wasn't good, but it wasn't plagiarized. Ibrahim handed it to me. Your call. I read it, then slid it back. Let him present it. Sink or swim. Ibrahim nodded. As Gage walked by my office later, he glanced in. Our eyes met for half a second. I didn't smile. He looked away. Good. Let him feel it. Let him earn it. Or don't. Gage showed up for his first big client presentation, wearing a blazer 2 sizes too tight and a smile like he was about to charm his way out of doing actual work. I watched from the observation room behind the one-way glass, arms crossed, sipping a coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. Ibrahim stood at the front of the conference room, setting up the screen. Gage leaned against the table, scrolling through his phone like he was waiting for bottle service. Is he seriously texting right now? Olivia asked, standing beside me. Wait for it, I said. The clients walked in, a trio from a mid-sized retail chain we were hoping to lock down for a full rebrand. Gage straightened up, flashed his teeth, and stepped forward before Ibrahim could open his mouth. Welcome, welcome, Gage said, extending his hand. You're in good hands today. I'll be walking you through our strategy. Ibrahim didn't flinch. He just returned to the laptop and clicked to the first slide. Gage launched into the pitch like he was auditioning for Shark Tank. Buzzwords. Empty promises. No data. He even cracked a joke about millennial attention spans that landed like a brick. One of the clients glanced at his watch. Another scribbled something in a notebook. Ibrahim stepped in halfway through, gently redirecting the conversation, grounding it with actual numbers and projections. Gage looked annoyed, like someone had interrupted his solo. When it ended, the clients nodded politely and left with tight smiles. Ibrahim closed his laptop. Gage leaned back in his chair. Crushed it, he said. I turned to Olivia. He's delusional, she sighed. You want me to talk to him? No, I said. Let him keep thinking he's winning. Later that afternoon, I passed Gage in the hallway. He didn't say anything. Just nodded like we were colleagues, like he didn't know I was the one who'd signed his offer letter. I stopped at the break room. Marcus, one of our junior analysts, was making coffee. "Hey," I said, "how's it going?" He glanced around, then leaned in. "Gage told me to redo his report, said it was beneath him." I clenched my jaw. "Did you?" "No," Marcus said. "I told Ibrahim." "Good." I walked back to my office, shut the door, and pulled up Gage's employee file. He was 3 weeks in. No improvements, no accountability, but I wasn't done with him yet. The next morning, I called Ibrahim. "I want him on the next internal review panel," I said. Ibrahim raised an eyebrow. "He's not qualified." "Exactly," he nodded. "Understood." The panel was a monthly meeting where department heads reviewed ongoing projects and gave feedback. It wasn't glamorous, just charts, metrics, and real talk. Gage showed up late. Again. He slid into the seat next to Ibrahim, whispering something with a smirk. Ibrahim didn't respond. As the first analyst presented, Gage scrolled on his phone. When it was his turn to comment, he said, "Looks solid, just make it pop more." I saw Olivia's eye twitch from across the table. The next presenter was a junior designer. She'd been working on a rebrand campaign for a boutique hotel chain. Her mock-ups were clean, smart, and backed by solid market research. Gage leaned forward. "Have you considered using more gold? It feels cheap." She blinked. The client asked for minimalist. "Minimalist doesn't have to mean boring," he said, waving a hand. I cleared my throat. Every head turned. I stood from the back of the room. "Gage," I said, "do you know the client's target demographic?" He blinked. Upscale travellers?" "Wrong. Mid-range families, budget conscious. They specifically requested neutral tones to avoid alienating their base." He opened his mouth, closed it. I turned to the designer. "Your work is on point. Proceed." She smiled, relieved. I looked back at Gage. "Stay after." The room emptied fast. He stood awkwardly, hands in his pockets. "What's up?" he asked, trying to sound casual. I walked to the front of the room. "Do you know who I am?" He frowned. "What?" "I mean, really. Do you know what I do here?" He hesitated. "You're in upper management, right?" I stepped aside and pointed at the plaque on the wall behind me. The one with my name. The one that said CEO. He stared at it, then at me. "No way," he said. I didn't smile. "You've been working here for 3 weeks. You've disrespected your co-workers, ignored instructions, and failed every basic expectation. And you didn't even bother to learn who runs the company." He looked like he'd been slapped. I didn't know," he stammered. "I know. That's the problem." He looked down. "Why didn't you say anything?" "Because I wanted to see who you really are when no one's watching." Silence. "I gave you a chance," I said. "Not because I believed in you, but because I wanted you to see what it feels like to earn something." He swallowed hard. "Are you going to fire me?" "No," I said. "Not yet. You're going to fix your attitude. You're going to do the work. And if I hear one more complaint, you're out." He nodded, eyes wide. "Dismissed." He walked out slower than usual. Olivia stepped in a minute later. "You finally told him?" "Yeah." She sat down. "How'd it feel?" I looked at the plaque. "Like the beginning of something," she nodded. "Or the end." I didn't answer. I just stared at the door he'd walked through and waited. Gage lasted exactly 4 days before screwing up again. This time, he emailed a client the wrong deck, one from a completely different industry. The client was confused. Ibrahim was livid. Olivia forwarded me the chain with a subject line that just read, "He's testing your patience, right?" I called Ibrahim. "Let him fix it," I said. "He doesn't know how." "Then he'll learn." I hung up before I could change my mind. That afternoon, I watched Gage from my office window. He sat at his desk, hunched over, clicking and deleting, clicking and deleting. For once, he wasn't talking to anyone. No fake charm, no swagger, just a guy in a wrinkled shirt trying to dig himself out of a hole. He looked up and caught me watching. I didn't look away. Later that week, my parents showed up again. They didn't even call first, just walked into the lobby like they owned the place. The receptionist buzzed me. "Your parents are here again. Should I?" "Put them in the small conference room," I said. "I'll be there in 10. Olivia walked in as I was grabbing my tablet. "They really don't get it, do they?" "Nope." "You want me to sit in?" "No." I've got it. When I walked into the room, my mum was rearranging the chairs like she was hosting brunch. My dad was pacing. "Annabelle," she said, smiling. "We were just in the area again." "Cut the crap," I said, sitting. "What's going on?" My dad stopped pacing. "We're concerned." "About?" "Gage," my mum said. "He's not doing well." I waited. "He's overwhelmed," she continued. "He says the environment is hostile." I laughed. "Hostile? You mean accountable?" "He's not used to this kind of pressure," my dad said. I looked at them. Neither was I. "But you didn't seem too concerned back then." My mum's smile faltered. "We just want to make sure he's being treated fairly." "Fairly?" I leaned forward. "He's been handed more chances in 3 weeks than I got in 3 years. My dad's jaw clenched. "We're not here to argue." "Then what are you here for?" They didn't answer. I stood. "He'll either rise to the occasion or he won't. That's his problem now." My mum reached into her bag and pulled out a checkbook. I stared at it. "We're behind on the mortgage," she said quietly. "Your father's pension got cut. We thought maybe—" I held up a hand. "No," she blinked. "Just to help us get through the—" "No." My dad looked at me like he didn't recognise me. "We're your parents." "And I was your daughter, until he came along." They didn't argue. I left the room. Olivia was waiting by the elevators. "They asked for money?" I nodded. "Did you give it to them?" "No," she exhaled. "Good." Back in my office, I sat down and stared at the ceiling. The satisfaction I thought I'd feel wasn't there. Just a dull ache in my chest and a lingering taste of something bitter. The next day, Gage was quiet. He didn't flirt with the receptionist. He didn't crack jokes in the break room. He sat at his desk and worked. Ibrahim knocked on my door around noon. "He redid the deck," he said. "It's not great, but it's clean. Accurate." "Progress," I said. Ibrahim hesitated. He asked if he could shadow one of the senior analysts. I raised an eyebrow. "He said he wants to learn." I nodded. "Let him." Ibrahim turned to leave, then paused. "You know this is eating at you, right?" I looked up. "What?" "This game you're playing. It's not winning, it's bleeding." I didn't respond. He left. That night, Olivia and I stayed late, working through a proposal for a new healthcare client. "You okay?" she asked, not looking up from her laptop. "I'm fine." "You're lying," I sighed. "They asked me for money." She closed her laptop. "Wow." "Mortgages behind, pensions cut. They didn't even try to hide it." "And you said no?" "Yeah." "Good." I stared at the wall. "I thought it would feel better." Olivia leaned back. "You've been climbing this mountain for 10 years, Belle, and now you're at the top, but you're still looking down." I didn't say anything. She stood, grabbed her coat. "Just don't forget to look around once in a while." The office was quiet after she left. I walked out to the floor, past the rows of empty desks. Gage was still there. He looked up when I passed. "Hey," he said. I stopped. "Ibrahim said I could sit in on a client call tomorrow." "Good," I said. He nodded. "I'm trying." I looked at him. For the first time, I almost believed him. "Keep trying," I said. "That's all you've got." He nodded again, quieter this time. I walked away. Back in my office, I sat down and stared at the city lights outside. Everything I wanted was here, and yet something still felt missing. But I wasn't done. Not yet. The receptionist buzzed my office just after 11 a.m. "They're here." I stood, smoothed the front of my blazer, and walked to the elevator lobby. Martina, Leo and Gage were clustered near the water cooler, all three looking out of place in our sleek, glass-walled office. My mother clutched her purse like it was a lifeline. My father's mouth was set in a flat line. Gage looked like he hadn't slept in days. They didn't see me. Not yet. I nodded at the receptionist. "Let them wait a few more minutes." She gave a slight smirk. "Of course." I walked back into the executive suite and closed the door behind me. Olivia was already waiting at the long table, a tablet in hand. "You sure you want to do this?" she asked. "Yes." She nodded. "Then let's make it clean." I gave her a look. No blood, just truth. 5 minutes later, the receptionist buzzed again. "They're ready." I pressed the intercom. "Send them up." A few moments passed. Then came the knock. "Come in," I said. The door opened. My parents stepped in first, followed by Gage. They froze. There it was, my name, etched in brushed steel on the wall behind me. CEO, large, unmistakable. Gage's eyes widened. My mother's mouth opened slightly. My father's face went pale. I gestured to the chairs across from me. Have a seat. No one moved. You're the CEO? My mother finally said. I am. Gage blinked. Since when? Since the beginning. He sat down slowly. My father remained standing. You've been lying to us. No. You just never asked. Olivia slid a folder across the table. Let's begin. My mother reached for it with trembling fingers. Inside were performance reviews, client feedback, and a formal notice of Gage's probation status. This is harsh, she whispered. It's honest, I said. This is how we treat every employee. No exceptions. Gage looked at me. You set me up. I gave you a job. You set yourself up. He leaned forward. You wanted me to fail. No, I said. I wanted you to see what it feels like to earn something. My father finally sat. You've changed. I had to. My mother looked at Olivia. You let this happen? Olivia smiled. I helped build it. Silence stretched across the room. Gage rubbed his temples. I didn't know. I thought you were just doing okay. I didn't think you were this. I leaned forward. You didn't think about me at all. He looked down. My mother cleared her throat. So what now? You keep him on? Let him suffer? I stared at her. He's an adult. He can choose to grow or go. That's up to him. My father stood. This is cruel. No, I said. This is karma. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. My mother's voice cracked. We're your family, I said. You made that clear when you chose him over me. Over and over. She shook her head. We did what we thought was right. No, I said. You did what was easy. The room went quiet. Olivia tapped her tablet. We're done here. They stood. Gage lingered. I'm not asking for a handout, he said. Good, I replied. Because you won't get one. He nodded slowly. I'll do better. Then prove it. He walked out. My parents followed, silent. The door clicked shut behind them. Olivia exhaled. Damn. I sat back down. Think they got the message? She asked. They got something. She leaned forward. You okay? I looked at the empty chairs across from me. I don't know. She stood. I'll give you a minute. When she left, I turned to the window. Down below, I saw them exit the building. My mother clutched my father's arm. Gage walked behind them, slower, smaller. They didn't look back. I didn't expect them to. I picked up the folder they'd left behind. Inside was the final page of Gage's review. Ibrahim's notes were blunt but fair. Shows potential, needs direction, lacks humility. I closed it and set it aside. Then I looked at the plaque on the wall. Community college wasn't a punishment. It was prep. For this. The office was quiet. Too quiet. No ringing phones, no clacking keyboards, no Olivia yelling across the floor for someone to fix a formatting error. Just the low hum of the AC and the soft tap of my heels on the polished floor as I walked toward the glass wall. Gage's desk was empty. Ibrahim walked up beside me holding a folder. He didn't show up today, he said. Did he call? No, but he cleared out his things. I nodded. Okay. Ibrahim hesitated. You want me to follow up? No, let it go. He gave a short nod and walked away. I stood there a moment longer, staring at the empty chair, the same one I'd watched him slump in, fumble through reports, fake confidence, the same chair where I'd hoped, maybe, just maybe, he'd figure it out, but he didn't. And maybe he wasn't supposed to. Back in my office, Olivia was waiting, arms crossed. So, she said, he's gone. I sat down. Looks like it. She tossed a manila envelope onto my desk. Final paycheck. Ibrahim said to sign it. I opened it, pulled out the check and stared at the name. Do we mail it? Already did, she said. Along with his exit paperwork. I nodded. Thanks. Olivia didn't move. You okay? I'm fine. She frowned. You don't look fine. I leaned back. What does fine look like? Not like someone who just won the war and forgot how to celebrate. I didn't answer. She sat down across from me. You got what you wanted. They saw you. All of them. They saw everything. Yeah. And? I looked at her. And it didn't fix anything. Olivia was quiet for a moment. Then she said, maybe it wasn't supposed to. I glanced at the window. The city stretched out in every direction, tall and cold and full of people who didn't know or care what it took to get here. I thought it would feel like justice, I said. It was, she replied. Just not the kind that hugs you after. I laughed, a short, tired sound. She stood. You still seeing Rosalind? Skipped a few weeks. Go back. I picked up my phone and stared at the screen. I'll call her. Good. She walked to the door, then paused. You're not alone, Belle, even when it feels like it. I nodded. After she left, I sat there for a while, staring at the empty chair across from me. Then I picked up the phone and dialed. Rosalind speaking. It's Annabelle. Oh, she said, surprised. Hi, it's been a little while. Yeah, I know. You want to come in? I looked around my office, the awards on the shelf, the framed first check from our first client, the photo of Olivia and me on the day we opened this place. Yeah, I said. I think I do. Rosalind's office smelled like lavender and old books. She offered me tea, which I declined, and waited until I sat before speaking. You look tired, she said. I am, she nodded. Tell me. I took a breath. They came to my office. My parents. Gage. She raised an eyebrow. How did that go? They found out I'm the CEO. And? They were shocked. Then they were ashamed. Then they asked for money. She didn't flinch. Did you give it to them? No. Why not? Because they didn't earn it. She smiled faintly. And you did. I did. We sat in silence for a moment. And yet, she said, you're here. I thought revenge would feel better. Did it feel good at all? I nodded. At first. And now? It feels empty. Rosalind leaned forward. Because revenge doesn't rebuild, it only burns. I looked down at my hands. So what now? You decide what comes next. You've proven your worth. Now you get to figure out who you are without the weight of proving it. I didn't respond. She didn't push. When I left her office, the sun was already setting. I walked instead of calling a car. The streets buzzed with noise and traffic and life. I passed a bookstore, a bakery, a flower shop. All places I once helped survive. All places that trusted me before I had a title. My phone buzzed, a text from Gage. Thanks for the opportunity. I wasn't ready. I hope you keep building something great. No excuses, no blame, just honesty. I stared at it for a long time. Then I typed, Despatis, I will. Take care of yourself. I didn't expect a reply. I didn't need one. Back at the office, I found Olivia in the break room, pouring herself a glass of wine. She held up the bottle. You in? I nodded. One glass. We sat on the couch, shoes off, the city glowing behind us. You know what they used to tell me? I said. What? That I was too practical. That I should be more like Gage, charming, bold, magnetic. Olivia raised her glass. Screw that. I clinked mine against hers. They wanted me to be practical. I took a sip. Now they know, I said. Karma is too.